Do you understand? Do you understand what a 304 is? Do you understand what a 304 is? If you don't know what a 304 is, if you do not know what a 304 is, I hope that after our time together, you will understand what a 304 is. Ah, I am the mad professor. I am the mad professor. I am the mad professor. If you can hear me loud and clearly, just put 5 in the chat. Just put a 5 in the chat if you can hear me loud and clearly. I am the mad professor. Do you know what a 304 is? Do you know what a 304 is? Black men, black man, black man. Do you know what a 304 is? What's going on? What's going on? What's going on? BMI 3000 Reloaded is in the house. That is who I am. And here I am. Do you know what a 304 is? We need to get some clarity. We need to get some clarity, my brothers. Y'all see y'all know what time it is. You see, y'all, you see the thumbnail. You see the thumbnail. You need to see if you have not seen it, if you need to see it. Do you understand what a 304 is? And I asked that question. What's going on, Brandon? What's going on, Brandon Penn? What's going on, my brother? Good to see you. Good to see you. Good to see you, man. Good to see you. Good to see you. I asked that question. What's going on, Revelator, spirit of variance? What's going on, my brother Revelator? Good to see, good to see, good to see you. Do you know what a 304 is? I asked that question. Because it seems to me that the Western world, I'm not just talking about black men, I'm talking about the Western, you know what? It's not just the Western world, it's the world overall. It is the world overall because the 304 is not confined to the United States of America. The 304 is not confined to North America. The 304 is all over the world. The 304. And we need to get some clarity for the brothers who don't know. Gen Z, all you young Gen Z people, all you young millennials, if you were born after 1998, If you were born after 1998, you need to have some clarity as to what a 304 is. And for the brothers who are older, who came from different eras, the brothers who were born during the 1980s, the brothers who were born during the 1970s, like myself, and the brothers who were born prior to that time, we need a refresher. We need a refresher. We need a review regarding the 304. We need a review regarding do you know what a 304 is? Because it's easy. It's easy, my guys. It's easy. It is easy to forget. It is easy to forget. If you are a black man who is my age, I am 51 years old. In September of this year, I will be 52 years old. But there are men who are older than me. There are men who are in their 60s. There are men who are in their 70s. Skip Bayless. Skip Bayless. There are men who are older than me, and there are men who are significantly younger than me who, for whatever reason, they don't understand or they forget. Maybe it's because of age. I don't know what it is. They forget, or because they're too young, they simply don't know, or they're too naive to study. They don't know what a 304 is. And we need to get some clarity. We need to get some clarity because I've been watching all the commentary that's been going on. What's going on, brothers? I'm glad that you guys are here in the house. I am glad that you guys are in the house. We need to get clarity on what a 304 is. I want to give a shout out to Greg Adams. I want to give a shout out to Greg Adams because Greg Adams, for the past, I would say maybe 4 years, 3 to 4 years since he came on YouTube and everything like that, Greg Adams is the one who really, I'm going to be honest with you, Greg Adams is the one, at least to my knowledge, who popularized the idea, the codification, the categorization of a particular type of woman, as a 304. Greg Adams, 304. Now, I know that we use this popularly, and even now the women are using this terminology. The women on TikTok, the women on Instagram, all across social media, they understand when the word 304, the terminology rather, or the category of the 304 is used in popular culture right now due to social media. There is an understanding, a general understanding, a basic understanding of what a 304 is. A general and basic understanding. A general and basic understanding. But right here in this space, on this platform right here, what I do right now, today, it is January 7th, 2025. We are in the beginning or the beginnings of a brand new year. And I tell you, my guys, I am convinced that 2025 is going to be one of the most explosive years that we have ever seen. 2025 is going to be off the chain. I'm showing my age. 2025 is going to be an amazing, amazing year. If you thought 2024 was the year, if you thought 2024 was spectacular, if you thought 2024 was mind-boggling, if you thought 2024 was eye-opening, let me tell you something. 2025 is going to overtake all of that. Oh my God! And we have just begun. We have just begun. Donald Trump is going to be sworn in on January 20th. Not long from now, he is going to be sworn in as the 47th president of the United States of America. This man has not even stepped into the Oval Office, and the Western world is already off the chain, already in a tizzy, already over the top. Already, this man has not been sworn in the Western world is already crazy. And there's not just the Western world, but the non-Western world too, because everything that happens in the United States has implications. Hell, it has a direct existential impact on everything that happens in other parts of the world beyond the borders of the U.S., beyond Canada, Australia, and the United Kingdom. Doggone it. We are in for the ride of our lives. 2025, the ride of our lives. I need y'all to get them likes up. I'm glad to see everybody in the house. Get them likes up. I am BMI 3000 Reloaded. I am BMI 3000 Reloaded. And I'm here tonight because everybody is talking about the 304. Everybody's talking about it. Everybody is talking about Skip Bayless, Emmanuel Acho. They're talking about Joy Taylor, and they're talking about sports, and they're talking about everything else. And this other woman who is in the fray, this Persian woman. And I've been watching everything. I've seen the commentary from Jason Whitlock. I've seen everything that Jason Whitlock has said, and just Jason Whitlock, he has the entire internet in a tizzy because of everything that he has seen. Regardless situation. Harassment, assault, coercion, compulsion, a hostile environment, a toxic environment in an American workplace, And I want to be straight up to you guys. This is bigger. This is bigger than entertainment. This is much bigger than entertainment. This goes way beyond the world of basketball and football and baseball and hockey and golf and everything like this. We are talking about American society as it is right now. That is what we are talking about. American society, U.S. society, 304 culture, 304 mentalities right now. And Joy Taylor, Y'all see a thumbnail. Joy Taylor is the face. Joy Taylor is the face of 304 culture in the United States. She is the elevated, she is the so-called educated, she is the exalted face, the manipulative face, the underhanded and sneaky face of 304 culture in the United States. And she is not unique or peculiar to the United States, because you can find a Joy Taylor on every continent of this planet. Now, I'm going to qualify what I'm saying. I'm going to say that every Joy Taylor can't do what she's doing in the U.S. She can't do it. She can't do everything in other parts of the world. The 304 that I'm talking about right now, the 304, the American 304, the Western 304, the Western 304, nah, she's not going, well, in every part of the world, I'm not gonna say that she's gonna be able to do that what she does in every part of the. I'm not gonna say that it's translated into every part of the world smoothly. I'm not gonna say that. But we here talking about the 304, the 304, the 304, the 304. If you don't get anything from the stream, if you don't get anything from the stream, if you don't get anything from the stream, black man, black men, black man, black men, what I need you to understand that you must always, always keep your eyes open. Always. You can never sleep on the job, black man. Don't you ever, 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 ever sleep on the job. Don't sleep on the job. Because if you sleep on the job, black man, if you sleep on the job, black man, you will be robbed, you will be hijacked, you will be carjacked without you even knowing it. You won't even see it coming. You better not sleep on the job, black man. You better not sleep on the job, black man. You better not sleep on the job, black man. And too many black men, it's unfortunate. I'm going to tell you guys, it is so unfortunate. I'm kind of frustrated. What's going on, Charles Faulkner? What's going on? What's going on? Good to see you, my brother. Woo! Woo! Ric Flair, baby. Ric Flair, baby. Ric Flair. Woo! You better not sleep on the job. Dr. Thunder, what's going on? Good to see you, Dr. Thunder. Good to see you, Dr. Thunder. Good to see you, man. Dr. Thunder is on the job. Charles Faulkner is on the job. Y'all sign up. Y'all subscribe to Charles Faulkner's channel. Y'all subscribe to Dr. Thunder's channel. Okay? You black men better not sleep on the job. Better not. Better not take it for granted. The 304. The 304 is real. Stop playing. The 304 is not just some person that you're gonna meet in a nightclub The 304 is not some person that you're going to meet casually walking about in real time on the streets, in a grocery store, at a gas station, at a bar. The 304, especially you black men who work in white collar settings, you black men who work in the white collar world. It happens outside the white collar world, but you black men especially who work in the white collar world, that 304 is right there. The 304 is right there in the white collar world, brother. And the 304 is, oh my God, she is Machiavellian. She's Machiavellian. If you know who Machiavelli is, I need y'all to study Machiavelli. The 304 is Machiavellian. The 304 knows what she's doing. The 304 plays a game. You better understand this 304. Emmanuel Acho. Emmanuel Acho is a black man, Nigerian or African. I think he's Nigerian. Emmanuel Acho is in the crosshairs of a 304. Now, I'm gonna say this. Everybody is talking about this lawsuit, and I've watched a whole bunch of streams on the lawsuit and all this kind of stuff. And I'm gonna say this. We're talking primarily about allegations. You don't have hardcore proof. You don't have facts. Everybody is entitled to due process under the law. Under the United States Constitution, there is this thing called due process. Due process. This individual who has filed this lawsuit is doing it civilly. It's not criminally. It is civilly, and she's going against a major multi-billion corporation. And I don't care about it. I don't care about what happens to billionaires. Billionaires do all kinds of things. And so if billionaires lose as a result of this, I'm not going to lose no sleep whatsoever. I do not care. They're not the first to lose over this. They're not the first, and they're not going to be the last. But black men, I want y'all to hear me closer. I want y'all to hear me. I want y'all to hear me. I want y'all to hear me. This is 2025. This is 2025. You black men, we black men, do not have any excuse. We don't have any excuse for ignorance. We don't have any excuse for ignorance whatsoever. No excuse. We live in the age of information. We live in the age of technology. We live in a time of ubiquitous social media, knowledge, data, stories, so on and so forth. You ain't got no excuse. You ain't got no, we don't have any excuse for not knowing any better. We don't have any excuse. And I'm going to go so far as to say your hind parts, the stuff that's in between your legs, the impulses that we have, you have, the drives, these biological drives. We have biological drives, black men. The black man has a biological, it's not just a black man. Here's what the thing is. That upper level guy, Dixon, Emmanuel Acho, Skip Bayless, are men. They are men. Men. Men are men. The heterosexual man is a heterosexual man. A heterosexual man has impulses towards procreation. the perpetuation of the human species. That's what heterosexuality is. Heterosexual masculinity. It is about the perpetuation of the human species. Men and women are here at the raw level, at our most base level. Men and women, biological men and biological women, are here to perpetuate the human species, to procreate. That's basic. It's basic. It's biology. It is not biology. It's in religion. You can look at world religions. You can look at creation stories in world religions. And in the creation stories and world religions, what do you have? You have men and women who reproduce. They reproduce, reproduce. And there is something that is behind that reproduction. And that has to do with this thing that we call testosterone. Testosterone. Now, I'm not a scientist. I am not a scientist, my brothers. I am not a scientist. I don't pretend to be a scientist. But we have a biological imperative. The man, the heterosexual man, the straight man, we have a biological imperative. We have an attraction to the opposite sex. And the opposite sex has an attraction to us. We do. But our biological imperative is manipulated. It is manipulated. It is manipulated in a Machiavellian way. It is manipulated in a very sophisticated, strategic manner. And it is manipulated in ways that can either help us or harm us. Yeah, I'm not going to spend too much time on the philosophical aspects. I would love to talk about the philosophical aspects of procreation, the philosophical aspects of biology. I would love to do that. If you guys are interested in talking about the philosophical dimensions of heterosexual masculinity as it is tied to biology, just let me know and we can talk about this thing right here. Because the reality is what is happening now with this situation involving Joy Taylor and this other woman rather, and what's going on at Fox and what's going on with this man, the CEO, this big wig, this decision maker named Dixon and Emmanuel Acho, all of that at a very, very base level has to do with biology. It has to do with the state of nature. The state of nature. And there is a sophisticated perspective that exists that helps us to understand the state of nature. That we men are attracted, heterosexual men are attracted to women. And we are attracted to women who are fertile. We are attracted to women who can turn us on like that in an instance. We are sexually attracted to them. That's who we are as human beings. That's who we are as human beings. There is a sexual attraction there. But this attraction, oh, let me say this. There is a hierarchy. There is a hierarchy of womanhood. A hierarchy in terms of women. There's a hierarchy. There is a hierarchy in terms of a woman who is uber attractive. She is the most attractive at the very, very top. And at the very, very bottom, you have the woman who is the least attractive. You got the woman who is the most attractive. She is the uber. Some call her the 10. And then you have the woman who is the least attractive. You might call her a 1. You may they call her into, she is the least attractive. But the dominant reality is that we are driven by impulse towards our attractions. But I'm gonna go. Let me get straight right in this. I'm not gonna spend too much time philosophizing. I'm not gonna spend too much philosophizing. Joy Taylor is a 304. Joy Taylor is a 304. A 304. You know what the 304. Joy Taylor is a 304. What do I mean by that? This is an opportunistic, self-interested human being whose sole preoccupation is survival and thriving. That's what it is. I'm going to say this again. This is an opportunistic human being whose sole preoccupation is with survival and with thriving in the future. That is what at the raw level, this human being by the name of Joy Taylor is. She is a 304. And in her opportunism, there is no morality. There is no traditional morality. There is no commitment when it comes down to monogamy. This is not a monogamous person. She's not committed to monogamy. When it comes down to marriage, she is not committed to marriage. When it comes down to anything, she has no commitments. She has no commitments beyond her own individual commitments. She is only committed to herself and what she sees is necessary for her survival. That is the 304. The 304 is not loyal to anything. Let me say this. The 304 has no loyalty. No loyalty to anything. The 304 is not loyal to family, not loyal to community, not loyal to nation. There's no patriotism in the 304. The 304 is a mercenary. The 304, let me say this again. The 304 is a mercenary. The 304 is a soldier for hire. And as a soldier for hire, 304 has no loyalty, no commitments to anything other than her own self-interest. That's the 304. That's right. Color oil connection. Let the 304 be the 304. The 304 is loyal to nothing. Loyal to nothing. No nation, no pride, no nationalism, nothing. Not loyal to family, not loyal to friends, not loyal to anything. That is the 304. The only thing that the 304 is concerned about is self-interest, self-preservation, getting ahead, ruthless climbing, and ambition. That is the 304. And the 304, in order to pursue all of these things, would do whatever is necessary. That 304 would destroy families. That 304 would destroy communities. That 304 would destroy her husband. That 304 would destroy her friends. That 304 would destroy the workplace that she is in. That 304 would destroy everything in her wake, everything in her purview. She would destroy everything in order to fulfill her grandiose self-interest. That's the 304. Chief Rocker, thank you for that, man. Thank you for that, Chief Rocker, man. Good to see you. Thank you for that. Chief Rocker, man, you are the sponsor right now. You are the sponsor of the stream right now. You are. I am BMI 3000. Y'all get the likes up. Get them likes up. Get them likes up. Get them likes up. If you like this ism right now, I am flowing free. And it is Tuesday night, January the 7th, 2025, and we are talking about Joy Taylor 304. We are breaking down to 304 because the black man in particular, and the American man in general, needs to have a refresher. You need a one-on-one on what a 304 is, because this keeps happening over and over again. This continues to happen over and over again. You have men who continue to make the same mistakes repeatedly, despite the fact that we have social media, we have technology, we have new information, we have insights, we have understandings that did not exist before the internet revolution. We know a lot. We know more now before the internet than we did. We know more now than we did before the internet. We know more now than we did before the internet. And I'm old enough to understand what life was like before the internet. We know more now. We know we got so much knowledge at our fingertips that it's recommending books people don't even read today. A lot of people don't even read books. They don't read articles. They don't read anything now because stuff is so accessible. Information is so available that people don't even read no more. That is how profound these changes have been over the last 25, 30 years. Get the likes up. Get the likes up. Get the likes up. I'm the Mad Professor. We're talking about Darwinism. We're talking about 304 survival. 304 survival. Chief Rocker, man, thank you for that, man. I appreciate you. I am the Mad Doctor. I am the Mad Doctor, my man. I am the Mad Doctor. BMI 3000. Cash App $, BMI. Cash App $. I'm taking my time tonight. I'm flowing free. You see me, I'm flowing free tonight. Because of this situation right here, we need clarity on this 304. The 304. Because it's clear to me that we don't understand young black men, a lot of young black men, that they don't have clarity on the 304. And there are black men who are my age bracket, who are older, and some, significant, relatively younger than me. It's like we don't understand this. We have lifetimes of experience. If you are a black man and you are my age, I'm 51 years old. I'll be 52 in September, and what have you. If you don't have clarity on this by this time, I don't know what to say. If you don't understand this at your age, I don't know what to say about you. I'm going to give grace to young guys. I'm going to give grace to young guys who are under the age of 25. If you are a young guy who is under the age of 25, I'm going to give you grace. I'm going to give you grace because you have not lived long enough to understand the stuff that we're talking about. You have not lived long enough to understand the depths of 304 and 304 culture. You have not lived long enough. You have not, I don't care how sophisticated you are, you have not lived long enough to understand the radicality of the 304. The 304 has always existed. The 304 is not new. The 304 was alive in biblical times. You can read about the 304 in biblical times. You read about Rahab in the Bible. Read about Rahab in the Bible. In the Bible, go read your Bible. Pick up your Bible and read the book of Joshua. Read the first 10 chapters of Joshua. No, read the first 5 chapters of Joshua and you will be introduced to Rahab the 304. Rahab the 304 in the book of Joshua. In the book of Joshua, in the Old Testament or the Hebrew Bible, you read the Bible, the 304 is in that Bible, bro. The 304 is in the Bible. The 304. I am not going to demonize this woman. I'm not going to demonize her. I'm not going to demonize her. I'm not going to disparage this woman. I'm not going to disparage this woman. Because this is a woman who has done what other women have done for decades, for years, for centuries, since the beginning of time. This woman right here. This woman right here, Joy Taylor, what she has done in this situation, if this is true now, and I'm dealing with allegations now. I'm not saying that everything in this lawsuit is true, but I'm saying that if this is true, if this lawsuit, if the allegations in the lawsuit is true, the lawsuit against FS1 Sports, if it is true, and she was exposed by another woman. She was exposed by a woman, her friend, who she talked to. She was exposed, which makes the story so pertinent and so interesting, so fascinating, so necessary to discuss. A woman was exposed by another woman. A 304 was exposed. If this actually happened, if the allegations are true, the 304 was exposed by a woman, another woman. A woman exposes another woman. A woman exposes a 304 according to this woman. This woman outs her, this other woman. This woman outs Joy Taylor rather, oh my God. This woman outs Joy Taylor as a 304. That's why this is so fascinating and important for us as men, as men, as men in general, as black men in particular. Now, what I want to say, and I'm gonna get straight to the point and be direct with you, black men. I'm gonna just say straight with you, black men. You are playing with fire. You are playing with fire. When it comes down to where you work, you are playing with fire. 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 Work, my brothers, is work. Work, my brothers, is work. Gone are the days where you can find your wife. Gone are the days where you can find your wife or you can meet your wife at your job. Those days are gone. Those days are gone. There was a time where a man can have a job and there's a man who can work a job. I'm talking about an ethical man. I'm talking about a moral man. And that man, because of natural occurrences, because of organic situations, he messes around and meets the woman who would be his wife, who would be with him in marriage until death do his part. Those days are gone. They're not coming back. Those days are gone. There was a time. And no one talks about this. People don't like to talk about this. People don't like to talk about this. I'm gonna tell you, and I will tell you from personal experience. I have, you all know I'm a professor, and you all understand that I'm a teacher and all that kind of stuff, and I work in academia. I'm gonna tell you, I have mentors. I know people right now who are retired. I know people right now who are retired. They no longer work in my arena. They no longer work in my arena. And they are married, and they have children, or they have permanent relationships, romantic relationships, marital relationships, profound relationships with women that they met on the job. They met her. He met his wife at his job. He met her there. They're married. That has been there. I know people like that. They're retired now. My mentor. They have their wives. They worked with their wives. They met their women. They met their wives on the job. That's how they got together, on the job. Those days are gone. Those days are gone because Title IX, harassment laws, SA laws, the protection of women, all that kind of stuff. Those things disappeared. Those type of relationships disappeared because of harassment, SA, and all that kind of stuff, policies, workplace policies. They disappeared. There's no longer there. So it's oxymoronic right now. It is oxymoronic in many instances to find your wife, a woman who you're married and you have babies with. It is oxymoronic right now to find your wife at the place where you work. It's oxymoronic. It doesn't exist. It doesn't exist. And so now we have a situation. Where you have free agents. And let me back up. It doesn't exist because policy is prohibited, because law is prohibited. We have jurisprudence that prohibits it. That's why it don't exist in a large scale. But now we have a situation where some people have not evolved. Some people have not evolved. Joy Taylor is one of those people. Joy Taylor. This is an individual who is a 304, an individual who is a 304 who will violate deliberately the changing norms of our society. And I'm not gonna say she ain't by herself. I'm not gonna just put on her because she's not the only one who's involved in this. But we're talking about allegations, and we're talking in light of the allegations, and they have to still be proven in the court of law. Everything has to be proven in a court of law. Everything has to be proven. But this woman is operating under an understanding of things that is supposed to be prohibited. Prohibited. It's supposed to be outlawed. You do not sleep with your coworkers. You do not sleep with your superiors. It's supposed to be prohibited. It's supposed to be prohibited. Prohibited. You are not supposed to sleep with somebody or date somebody who has power over you, or somebody who is directly connected to you, and somebody who can have an influence over decisions pertaining to your own professional mobility. It's not supposed. That's not supposed to happen. But this person is operating from a standard of morality that has existed for thousands and thousands of years. A standard. And what am I talking about? I'm talking about a person, a woman who uses her attraction, a person who uses her charisma, a person who uses her feminine wiles in ways where men are manipulated, where at the end of the day, she is able to put men in her pocket, where she was able, in the end of the day, put men in compromising positions. This is 304. 304. This is Machiavellianism. 304 Machiavellianism. Y'all get the likes up. Y'all get the likes up. I am BMI 3000 reloaded. BMI 3000 reloaded. Y'all get the likes up. She is at 304. No commitments, no loyalty. And a 304 is going to do whatever she deems necessary to move up the ladder. And she will dispose of you. She will get rid of you. She will walk all over you. She will eliminate you by any means necessary to elevate herself. And men unfortunately continue to allow themselves to be susceptible and vulnerable to the feminine wiles of a 304. You can't change a 304. You cannot domesticate a 304. You need to be able to recognize a 304 when you see a 304. You need to be able to recognize that. Some men are able to recognize this, a 304, and they move accordingly. But you have other men who are unable to recognize the 304. You have you have some men who are so insane, who are so over the top, that they will take the risk with a 304 for the challenge. They will take a risk of the 304 for whatever reason, desperation, hunger, thirst, or what have you. They will do that and put everything on the line. I like this situation right now. I like the situation with Joy Taylor. I like this situation because if it's true, if everything in this lawsuit is true, if everything in this lawsuit is accurate, it puts a spotlight on 304 culture. It puts a spotlight on it. And it forces societies to deal with the uncomfortable and provocative realities of the 304. It just does. And again, I'm not here to denounce Joy Taylor. I'm not here to denounce her. I understand her. If the allegations are true, I understand Joy Taylor. I understand her. If the allegations are accurate, I understand this human being and what she has done, and what she does. But the point of the stream is that men have to be smart. If the allegations are true, men have to be smart. You don't want to jeopardize everything that you worked hard for, that you've built up over a lifetime, over decades, over the Darwinism, the Machiavellianism, the egoism, and the narcissism of a 304. And I'm afraid in 2025 that we don't have a clear understanding of a 304. We do not have a clear understanding of what a 304 is. We're playing games out here. These 304s, I'm gonna tell you this, these 304s, there are a lot of black men out here who got 304s running circles around them. These 304s are so sophisticated that you don't even know that she's running a scam on you. When she's running a scam on you, that's how sophisticated the 304 is. All of them are not like that. Not all 304s like that. Not all 304s have the sophistication, but there's enough of them out there. They got a sophistication to run a scam on you, and you don't even understand and know that you'll be a scam. You have no clue that you're being scammed by 304. And Joy Taylor is the ultimate 304. She is the ultimate 304. Joy Taylor. If the allegations are true, if everything in the legal documents that have been out there, that are out there right now, are accurate, she is the ultimate 304. The ultimate 304 knows how to exploit the power dynamic between you and her. She knows how to exploit it. She knows how to exploit the power dynamic between you and her, and she will do it to her own advantage. That's the 304. And you black man, have to be smart. You have to be able to say no. You have to be able to resist. Jason Whitlock, the sports journalist, the veteran sports journalist, and I'm not a big fan of Jason Whitlock and all of his views. I think he gets a lot of stuff wrong. I think that Jason Whitlock gets a lot of stuff wrong, but Jason Whitlock is a broken clock. Sometimes he's right. Jason Whitlock is a broken clock. Sometimes he's right. Men, you need discipline. You need discipline. Discipline. Whether you're married or single, it doesn't matter. You need discipline. You need stoic discipline. You need to be able to think rationally about the 304s that are around you. You need to think rationally about 304s. You need discipline. And unfortunately, a lot of us just don't have discipline. That's unfortunately. And that's why the 304s, in their Machiavellian ways, are able to overcome, because we don't have any discipline. Not all of us, but too many of us have no discipline. That's why the 304 can succeed. And here's the thing, and I want to get this out here, and I want to say this directly and clearly and succinctly before I leave the stream. Men create 304s. Men create them. Joy Taylor could not exist without men. Joy Taylor, she could not exist without men. Women are not responsible for where she is. Women are not responsible for whatever she has done to elevate herself. Women are not responsible. Men are responsible for her. Not women. So men are responsible for funding and underwriting the kind of 304ism that this person represents. If the allegations are true, men are responsible for underwriting and supporting this stuff. And people like her will continue to come on the scene and will continue to thrive as long as men uncritically sponsor this type of behavior. I am BMI 3000 Reloaded. I am BMI 3000 Reloaded. I am BMI 3000 Reloaded. Get the likes up. 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 If this ism means anything to you, Send me a super chat if the ism means anything to you. Send me a cash app, BMI 3000, BMI 3000, cash app, BMI 3000, cash app, BMI 3000. I am flowing free. I don't need a bunch of charts. I don't need a bunch of graphs. I don't need a bunch of videos to make my point. There are enough people out here talking about her on videos and pulling up documents and all that kind of stuff. This is not what I'm doing right here. This is not what I'm doing. I'm doing commentary right now. This is commentary. This is commentary. I'm doing commentary. I need you men to know your value. I need you to know your value. I need you to understand your place in the ecosystem. I need you to understand that. I need you to understand the leverage that you have. Even if you don't have a whole bunch of leverage, I need you to understand where you stand in the ecosystem. Y'all need to understand that. So that when you do level up, when you do find yourself at the upper echelon or what have you, you are not easily manipulated. Y'all need to understand where you are, where you stand. Understand power dynamics. If the allegations in this lawsuit are true with respect to FS1 Sports, if the allegations in this lawsuit are true, millions and millions of dollars, billions of dollars, well, I'll say millions, are going to be wasted on nonsense, just nonsense, utter nonsense. The lapse judgment of men, lapse, bad, horrible judgment of men. Bad judgment. Let me tell you something, brothers. Let me tell you something. I'm going to tell you something straight up. Some of you all have heard this, but I'm going to say this to you emphatically right here. Never deal with a person, never deal with an individual on a serious level who does not have as much to lose as you. Never. You need to be careful about that. You need to be careful about people who don't have as much to lose as you. You need to be careful about that. Especially the 304s. You got to be careful about putting everything on the line for an individual who does not have what you have accumulated over a career, over a lifetime. You just don't want to put that in jeopardy. You need to be careful. And now these men, the Dixon guy and Skip Bayless, everything that they have done up until this point in their lives are now in jeopardy because allegedly, these are allegations. Allegedly, they entertain this individual. They proposition this individual. They got favors from it. They reached out to people who had less than them. And they took risks on human beings who had less than them, people who had less to lose. Some of these people out here, these 304s, a lot of these 304s who are out here, they have absolutely nothing to lose. The vast majority of 304s, like Joy Taylor, they have absolutely nothing to lose. Nothing to lose. But you, on the other hand, you have everything to lose if you are reckless, if you don't know how to deal with situations pertaining to these 304. You have everything to lose. Y'all get the likes up. A 304 is always going to be a 304. Don't expect a 304 to change. Never expect her to change. I love this situation because everything is uncovered. Everything is out in the open now. Everything is out in the open. If the allegations are true, this person used her feminine wiles. She used her sexuality to manipulate men. And if the allegations are true, the men fell for it. He fell for it. And what I'm saying to you, my guys, my brothers, is you don't have to be that man. You don't have to be that man with this 304. You have more to lose than the 304. You have more to lose than the 304. You have more to lose. I'm going to say it again. You have more to lose than the 304. I got 92 watching. I'm glad to see you. I'm glad to see all of you people in the house. I got 92 watching. It is 10:39 p.m. January the 7th, 2025. I am BMI 3000 Reloaded. I'm BMI 3000 Reloaded. Cash App $ BMI. I'm just flowing through because I felt I had to say something about this. My brother Marcus Aurelius, did a stream on this. My brother Dr. Thunder did a stream on this. You can go check out Marcus Aurelius. Keep it 100. Go check out Keep It 100. Check out Dr. Thunder. They did streams on this. And I'm building on the work that they have already done. It is important that we have an understanding of what a 304 is. And it is clear from this situation that you have men who are oblivious. They're in a state of denial. You have men who are in a state of denial. They do not want to confront the facts of a 304. Men, thirsty men, you're thirsty. I understand you're thirsty for affection, you're thirsty for attention, you're thirsty for intimacy and all that kind of stuff. You're thirsty. And the thirst blinds you from the Machiavellianism, the Darwinism of a 304. Blinded by her looks, her beauty, her figure, her body, blinded by all those things. And you lose everything because you are blinded. .304 culture is real. And you have to guard and protect yourself against the 304. Because the 304 doesn't care about you. The 304 only cares about mobility, personal survival. That's all the 304 cares about. The 304 doesn't care about you. And they are all over the world. The 304 is Joy Taylor. Let me say this again. Joy Taylor is all over the world. Now, there are lots of women who are like Joy Taylor all over the world who can't quite get away with what she gets away with. Because they're powerless. They don't have the power to bring down men. And I'm talking about countries outside the United States, countries outside the West. But this Western society and culture empowers, emboldens, and rewards 304 behavior. It rewards it. Nothing wrong with it. And for this reason, that's why you have people who are defending it. You have people on TikTok and YouTube and other places. They're defending the 304 ethic, strategy, politics of people like Joy Taylor. That's it. This is the brand new year. This is a brand new year. You know what? Let's have some fun tonight, guys. I want to have some fun. I'm finna put the link in the chat. I have not done this in a minute. I got the StreamYard link in the chat. You come holler at me. Come holler at me. Come holler at me. You want to talk about this 304? 304 culture. The 304. I done put the link in the chat. I need to be able to verify you if you're gonna come up here. I need to make sure that you legit. I don't need no cyber attacks. I don't need no cyber attacks. If you come up here, I don't need no cyber attacks. You need to verify that you legit before I bring you up here. 304 culture. Holla at me. Holla at me. Joy Taylor. What y'all think about this? Emmanuel Acho. This man has destroyed his career. If all the allegations are right about this individual, this man, this Nigerian man, this man who has African roots, he has family from the continent of Africa. If everything is correct about his behavior, if everything is correct, this guy is not going to have a career. He's going to be done. He is done. Nobody's going to touch him again, period, ever. He will not be touched. You're not going to see this guy in corporate sports. You're not going to see this guy. I done dropped the link already. You want to sound off? You can sound off right now. I started the stream by saying that we need to understand what a 304 is. That 304s exist. And that 304s, the hardcore 304s, they're destructive. The hardcore 304s will destruct everything in their purview. That's the 304. Destroy. The 304 will destroy everything. If you allow the 304 free reign over your life, if you become completely vulnerable to this 304 will completely decimate your entire existence. That's what the 304 does. I'm flowing free tonight. BMI 3000. Men risk it all. You risking it all for everything. For this 304. Risk everything for the 304. Your livelihood, your future, everything. You risk it all for this person. And I'm here not to, I'm not trying to demonize the 304. I'm like, the 304, this 304 is who she is. That's who she is. And you need to understand who this person is. You need to understand it. You need to understand who this individual is and how they operate. I'm going to say this and I'm going to go because I see that y'all don't want to come up. I'm going to say this and I'm going to go. I'm going to tell you how dangerous this 304 situation is. I'm gonna tell y'all how dangerous this 304 situation is. See, here's the thing. You think that you have confidentiality. You think you have confidentiality with the 304. You think that this 304 is going to protect your information and not tell anybody about your situation. I'm going to tell you what the 304 does. The 304, when you think that the 304 is private, and you think that 304 is going to keep your secrets, the 304 tells all of your secrets. The 304 tells somebody. The 304 gossips. Joy Taylor would not be in this situation if she had not opened her mouth. Joy Taylor would not be in this situation if she had not opened her mouth, if she had not talked to that woman, if she had not pillow talked. Joy Taylor would not be there. You're supposed to be in a confidential situation with this person, and she tells her coworker all of your business. She gossips. That's how it happened. She gossiped. This woman gossiped to her coworker and told her coworker everything that was going on, every detail.
Did.
She told her everything. So Dixon, that guy, the CEO, he thought he was in a confidential situation with this person. Emmanuel Acho thought he was in a confidential situation, but she was going back and telling this third party everything that was going on. Third party kept this information, held it to herself, and at the right time, she went to a lawyer, and now everything has been exposed. We got the Passport OG in the house. What's going on, brother?
Hey, it ain't nothing. Salute, Doc.
Salute to you, man. We just flowing free tonight, man. I'm just flowing free tonight.
You looking good.
Everybody is covering this thing, man, and I had to get up in here, man. I'm trying to put a different, angle on it and what have you and everything like that, man. But it's like we have seen this. This is not new or whatever. It's just this is public and everything like that, and we pretend that we don't understand that these type of people exist, and we underestimate them and what have you. And then when they put everything out in the open and they have lawsuits and all this kind of stuff that implicates everybody, we are like, oh my God, what has happened? So, man, I'm glad you're here, man. Man, chime in, man. What are your thoughts, man? What do you think about this situation?
You said I'm testing my mic. I sound good, right?
I can hear you, man. You sound good.
Okay. So you said the sentence that we created this, like the thirst for whatever it is that she is offering, that our desire for that created all of this, because it's a sports show. I am so close to cursing, man. I do not curse on camera. It's a sports show about sports.
Be free here, man.
Okay. I'm not. I'll use darn and.
But I hear.
It's a dang sports show. Why is a half-naked woman number one on the sports show if she didn't play sports? That's number one. Number two, why are we talking about what she did behind closed doors? If it's guys like the drama, they like the drama, so they keep eating it up, and that's it's almost like if your ratings are down at Fox Sports, you would create this kind of controversy to get people to watch, and people are watching it, and and I'll tell you why I'm really upset. Tonight, the best team in the West and the best team in the East, the Cavs and the Thunder are playing each other, and nobody's even talking about it.
Nobody talking about it.
They talking about some chick getting run through in some office somewhere and then she did a podcast a year ago talking about, I fought to get to where I am. It's like, look, man, look. At a certain point, if you like this, you have to accept it for what it is. But if you're tired of this mess, you gotta vote with your feet, man. I mean, look. Why is she on the show in the first place? What did she? How many people did she run into or juked around or dunked on? None of them. None. All she does is show up with her with cleavage showing every day. That's it.
And the reality is, and it's all marketing. It's all capitalism. Here's the thing, because I look at it. You know, these corporate conglomerates, they want more women. Here's the thing. They want more women to tune in. They want more women to go to the games. They want more women to support. They want more women to give their dollars to all of the stuff. You know what I'm saying? And so my perspective has been that the reason why you see a person like Joy Taylor or even a Malika Andrews, okay, who I personally detest. I detest her. I don't like her. She's just toxic. She hate black men or what have you. But it's about bringing more women in. But not only that, but here's the thing: it's to deflect from criticism, sports criticism, that these corporations are sexist. Okay, and that they don't, this is a man's game. This is a man's club, and all that kind of stuff. And I think that what happens is that these CEOs and the people who own this stuff and make money off of this stuff, they don't want to be seen as sexist. They don't want to be seen as misogynist and all that kind of stuff. And if it means bringing people in who are fluff, if it means hiring somebody who's going to just talk fluff, who looks good, who's pretty, you understand what I'm saying? Because and Jason, like I said about Jason Whitlock, I don't agree with everything he says and what have you, and I have disagreements and stuff like that. But if it means bringing women in, well, we're gonna bring in pretty women. We're gonna bring in women who have a certain type of aesthetic or whatever. And he was talking about her breasts and all that kind of stuff. She looks a certain kind of way. I mean, just think about it, man. You know, even right now, when you look across the sports plane, and I'm not a big, consumer of sports media, but when I look about what's going on right now and the women who do the commentary, they tend to look a certain kind of way.
Yep.
You know what I'm saying? And they,
that's right.
If they're not young, they're thin. They're thin. And they have some type of aesthetic appeal. They have some type of beauty. You're not seeing a bunch of overweight, ratchet. You're not seeing a whole bunch of like Stacey Abrams types. You know what I'm saying? Doing commentary. You're not seeing even Jemele Hill, even though she has, and I'm a critic of her as well. You know what I'm saying? But she's not all that aesthetically, gifted or whatever. But they had her for a long time. But they got rid of her, and I think they did that because of she got too extreme and stuff like that with her politics and everything like that. And it was alienating to a lot of viewers, white male viewers in particular. But the point is that the trend is you have to have a woman there to demonstrate that you're inclusive and that you're not sexist, you're not misogynist. It's okay.
Well, go ahead. And what's so funny about it is that it goes against sexism because she's not, or whatever. You didn't bring her in there to talk. You brought her in there to show cleavage, and she's talking with the cleavage showing. Why is she not covered up and explaining that it's her views, her way of breaking down the sports. That's the reason why she's there. It's like it's a double negative.
It is. I mean, it is. I mean, and so they're trying to benefit from everything. You know what I mean? And
both ways.
Yeah, have it both ways. You know what I'm saying? And I think Whitlock. I think Jason Whitlock succinctly kind of nailed it on the head. People don't like it because it's politically incorrect. But, I mean, that's what it is, man. I mean, all you have to do is look at her. I mean, I'll be honest with you, man. I mean, bro, if I were a pro athlete, if I were an exceptional basketball player or football player or whatever, and I had to stand next to somebody or as a commentator and sit next to a person who has never played pro football, never played pro basketball, any pro sports or whatever, or who has never immersed themselves, I would give grace. Like journalism, like Skip Bayless. Skip Bayless wasn't Skip Bayless was an athlete, superstar, NFL, basketball, baseball, or whatever you want to call it. But Skip Bayless, you would say he was a writer, and he was someone who gave his life to the study of sports. And even Jason Whitlock, he didn't go to the highest levels of professional sports, but he was a guy, and that's why he became who he was. I don't care what people say about him and whatever. But this is a guy who studies sports. He wrote about sports. You wrote, and that's the big thing. You wrote about sports before the YouTube era, internet, and all that kind of stuff. You know what I mean? And even Stephen A. Smith. Yep. Stephen A. was, he played basketball in his college days, whatever. But this is a guy who invested intellectually and all that kind of stuff in the whole sports world. And it's like, okay, you bring in these people who happen to be women, and it's like, have they really invested themselves in this stuff in basketball? I mean, can she talk about Dr. J in his prime? You know what I'm saying? Can she go back and talk about Kareem Abdul-Jabbar? Can she talk about, if I had a conversation with her about Jim Brown, you know what I'm saying, and the Browns and the
I mean, I'd go even harder than that. I'd say, have you ever worked a beat where you had to go with a notepad and go talk to the trainer and take notes on who's going to be playing in the game tonight? Yeah. Go talk to the guy who cleans the arena and say, who's the guy who's shooting free throws late, and write a whole meet a deadline at 3 a.m. so they get some in the morning paper. She, as far as I know, she didn't have to do any of that. So either you do that, or you run around the hoops and do the combine and dunk on people to get there, or, I mean, then what are you there? Look, I think this is one of the good things about 2025, and I think it's, you talk about the Trump election, and it's kind of it's like the beginning of the end of this pretending that all of this stuff is something that it's not. Yeah. Because as a guy, you have your cell phone, you get on social media and say, hey, look, this is BS, man. Like, I just want to turn on the game and hear the game, and they're talking about this chick sleep with everybody. Like, I don't care. Like, when have women not been doing that? She's empowered. Okay, you're not going to fire her? Fine. What time does the game come on? We need more guys talking that way and just saying, hey, listen, if you want to play all these stupid games with this empowerment foolishness, while this woman is basically behaving the opposite of how a man has to behave in the same environment. We saw a coach get fired because he did essentially the same thing that she did. She was on the show today, I think. If you're not going to hold her to that standard, guys are going to look at that and say, all of this equality stuff you're preaching is BS. Tell us what the rules are, and we're going to play by the rules. If you don't have any rules, then we're going to just hands off until you tell us what the rules are.
And meanwhile, The NBA is losing in terms of ratings. Nobody's watching it.
Yep.
You know what I'm saying? And it's like, well, why is that happening? You know what I'm saying? And it's like you're trying to compensate for the lack of viewership or whatever by dealing with this melodrama and what have you. You know what I'm saying? And it's like this melodrama is not going to overcome the deficits that you have in terms of viewership, and that people talk about what not just the NBA, but all this conversation about the NBA and the NFL, that the quality of the product has decreased. You know, in the past, few years, and it continues to deteriorate and everything like that. And the thing about it is that, there's no focus on that. You know what I'm saying? It's like the corporate people are trying to cover up that by inserting all these other things and what have you. You know what I'm saying? And it's like, I mean, because you and I come from an era, man. We came. I mean, you remember, man, that like the '90s, the early 2000s, and stuff like that, and what sports was. I mean, the Jordan era. You know what I mean?
Well, sports was Pat Summerall and John Madden, fat dude and old dude, talking about football. That's it. That's it.
I mean, Madden.
Fat dude, old dude, talk football. That's it.
When you talk about fat dude, old dude, and everything like that, I still, and it's like, I mean, that was, I guess we can call it the golden era. You know what I'm saying? In terms of sports reporting and journalism and stuff like that, sports journalism. You know what I mean? And it's like that has been lost. And it's like right now it's about theatrics and drama and everything. I'm gonna tell you what happened, and I kind of saw this maybe almost 10 years ago, even like that with Jemele Hill. I saw this with ESPN when they had Jemele Hill and this other guy, this other black guy. So Jemele Hill was on. Yeah, Jemele Hill and the black guy, they had their own little show on. I think they were ESPN. You know what I mean?
Yeah, they did Sports Center.
Yeah, they did the sports show and
Michael something.
Michael. Yeah, whatever. I don't know what happened to this guy, but it was a clown show to me. You know what I'm saying? And I was like, y'all ain't talking about anything. You know what I'm saying? And it was like entertainment. Like ESPN was shifting to like, okay, Michael Smith. Yeah. So the brother said it was Mike. That's the brother. He said Michael Smith. So ESPN. Thank you, Doc P. Thank you, Doc JP. It was like, okay, we're not going to talk about sports at a serious level. We're going to turn this thing into just a minstrel show. You know what I mean? And I think it was at that point that started this type of trajectory where it was fluff, and then you start bringing in all these other people and whatever, and now here we are. Where actually they're exposing fluff. I mean, I'm gonna go. I mean, like Malika Andrews. I'm like, why is she there? I'm serious.
She shouldn't be there.
Why is she?
She's nice for her.
Why is she there? And what has she done? Here's the thing. What has she done? You know what I'm saying? To warrant her position or whatever. You know what I'm saying? And you dig into her and you saw that she had displaced these other people. I'm not gonna say she displaced them, but ESPN or Fox or whatever. She was displaced by corporate people. Okay. Not she wasn't displaced, but there were other people who were displaced. Who were more, I would say, that
were legit.
That were legit, more substantive. There was a black woman who went to NBC and everything.
Yep.
I can't think of her name. She went to NBC and everything. But it was like, okay, we're gonna focus on eye candy. We're gonna bring these pretty girls in, and that's what they are. We're gonna bring in these pretty girls, these biracial, light-skinned women, and we're going to deflect attention from stats, performance, competition, all the raw, rugged stuff from sports, and we're going to deal with salacious stuff. So what happens with, Malika Andrews, she's talking about, athletes' backgrounds and stuff like that, and their skirmishes with the law, which has absolutely nothing to do with winning games and going into drafts and all that kind of stuff. You know what I'm saying? And so here we are now in 2025, and this explodes. It exposes. It exposes basically what was going on. This is what happens. So when you bring in, so this is the consequence of what happens, I think. When you bring in the vixen, to deflect or to, in the corporate higher ups' minds, to expand, sports media or whatever, and to bring more women in and more women viewers, the WNBA and all that kind of stuff like that. This is the consequence of that. Because you wind up bringing in people who don't know what the hell they're talking about, but they look good.
And you saw the video that BGS did, I think it was yesterday, with the video vixen girl, and here she is after living a lifetime that 1.001% of girls get to live. She's at the end of all of it, claiming she's a victim. And you're going to have Joy Reid doing the same, or what's it, Joy Reid? I say Joy Reid. Joy Taylor is doing it. She's going to do the same thing. She's going to write a book about how all these dudes did her wrong when she got the opportunity to sit in that rare seat. And it's like, at some point, where is your agency? Like Martin Luther King didn't write a book about how I'm put upon and all of this. He's like, look, it's a road to walk. I got to walk the road. Some of it's going to suck, but it's the right thing to do. And the person that comes behind me has responsibility to uphold themselves to a certain standard. Point blank, period. But you get into that seat and you're having sex with people? Like, come on. You're supposed to be bigger than that. I mean, even if the CEO offers it, I'm not here for that. I want to work on my own, whatever. This is why I'm here. I'm sorry, I have to rebuff. Then you write the book. Don't have sex with the dude and then 15 years later write a book about all. It rubs me the wrong way because there's this narrative that women in the modern era don't have agency.
And that is the problem. And that's the rub, right? Because they're all over media. They're everywhere. They're in the halls of Congress. They're in the Senate. They're in Wall Street.
Running for president.
Academia and all that kind of stuff.
Running Star Wars.
At every level of society, and they want to pretend that we are still living in 1915. You know what I'm saying? They don't have any rights. They can't vote and all that kind of stuff. But we got the Colonel. We got Charles Faulkner. Woo! What's going on, my brother? Talk to us. Say something. I know you got a lot to say about this situation, man. Holler at us, man.
It's good to be with the good doctor and the OG known as Passport. Woo! Happy New Year. How you fellas doing?
Man, 2025 is in effect, brother.
Oh, yes. I have much to say about this. The end of DEI hires. Because let's really talk about this. How can you be a victim when you planned on having a fallout plan to victimize somebody? You literally are throwing the rocks and hiding your hands. Let's talk about the video from BGS for a minute. Shout out to Mr. Z. Melissa Ford. Probably the prettiest woman on earth during the 2000s. Besides Megan Good. When I look at her, I say to myself, remember the story when God gave the talents to the men? What a waste of pretty. Most women, 99% of women will never look like you. naturally, will never be shaped like you naturally. And you come out saying that you're a victim, but you also had your first time out, you had a chance of a man taking care of you. You rejected because you wanted to be a s'more. You know, those things you put the graham crackers and the chocolate and the marshmallows in between, a s'more. Because it's the street life and it's the only life you know. And I tell people, give a person power and opportunity, and the real them will always show. Look at this Joy Taylor. And by the way, let's speak about Malika Andrews before we get to Miss Taylor. Malika Andrews is white media's way to criticize black athletes without looking racist. She is the ultimate scapegoat. She's the ultimate big joker, the ultimate draw four of Uno. The proverbial counter card. She gets to say everything that the white male gets to say without any of the critique, any of the protests. Well, if a black woman said it, must be true. But nobody looks around and say, why do you have such a harsh critique of black men if you don't even date them or marry? You're married to a white man. This isn't the first time. What about years ago when Michael Strahan, Super Bowl champion for the Giants, defensive end, I forget which show he was on, and his co-host tried to school him about football, and he's in the Hall of Fame.
That's right. I remember that.
That's trying to beat Superman in a bench press contest. Man, I could bench press 200 pounds. Which can you do, Clark? What planet do you live on? What do you see the difference in levels and comprehension? Even with that fictional character, if he was real, could you comprehend his level of power? No.
Well, Charles, that's why they hate Deion Sanders so much. What can you tell him as a writer, even as another athlete? What can you tell him? You just have to be quiet and listen.
Yeah.
And they hate it.
And when a black man has that type of authority, I remember when I first came to this space, everybody tried to tell me what law enforcement was about. And many of those conversations, I was working in the uniform. Oh, I know how it is in the streets of Baltimore. Really? You can hear the radio in the background. Tell me what it's disingenuous at best.
And well, the internet has allowed a lot of people to know just enough about something that they can act like they know about it. I mean, before we're talking about the beat writing days, right? When you had to write a sports beat, that means you had to get on the bus with the guys, or you have to fly with the people that are washing the towels and take notes and write your article and make sure you have no errors and make sure it was up by 3 a.m. so it could be in the morning paper. That was a job. That was what the journalists did.
Yeah.
But wasn't Joy Taylor waiting tables? Like, how do you go from, oh no, I'm sorry. That was, that might've been both of them actually. Yeah. But like, how you go from where she was being the brother of a NFL player to being a moderator on a doggone national TV sports show?
It's like when I coach the sport of wrestling, and the first thing young guys are going to ask, what are your credentials to teach me? 4 championships, bronze medal in freestyle in Germany, ranked top 5, the top 2 in the state of Maryland, and freestyle was in the top 2. Voted most outstanding wrestler, MVP of my team, all city, all county, all metro. that's credible things. You could say, well, if I wanted an opinion from this guy, he has a credible opinion. Let her. You see how fast I spewed that out? That's not all of them. Like if I ask you, what's your experience about going overseas? Bam, 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 bam. Notice, especially if it's a black writer or a black man, period. If you can't do it that quickly, your opinion is null and void. But that woman right there, because she smiled and showed cleavage. I mean, everybody knows I'm an avid Madden player. They put a woman's voice commentating on the game. You never had that before. I'm not saying women can't do it, but can you be knowledgeable? Think about this. All these women, and you notice they had to be black. Majority of them, 90% of them, right?
Mm-hmm.
Not one of these black women support the WNBA.
Yep.
Not one of them even called out the WNBA players for bullying.
There you
Caitlin
go.
Clark. And look what happened with Caitlin Clark. She's over in Europe, signed a contract for what, 90, 95 mil? You women are so dysfunctional that you won't even get together and say, you know what, we got the golden goose to get us the attention, to put the proverbial asses in seats.
That's right.
So we can play rough ball, but we got to make sure she's okay. You know what a real coach would have said? And shout out to Embrace Villainy as well, saying it as well. A real coach, like my coach told me, and I tell my guys when I was coaching, we're going to be gentlemen, but if the first person does something dirty or try to fight your boy, I better see everybody's asses out the seats, ready to rumble.
And Charles, you know who understands that? Cheryl Swoops, Cheryl Miller.
Mm-hmm.
Players that put 15 years and 4 years of college on the line so that they can get into a sports seat. Why are they not? Why is Cheryl Swoops not on the show? Why is Cheryl Miller not on that show? I mean, I'll be honest, it's not my preference, but if you're going to put somebody there who went through the trenches in their sport. Say they could flip-flop it when you do the WNBA and say, okay, now we're here, you're the main coach, WNBA, you got it. And explain to us how the grind of the WNBA and how it's different. And they don't do that. They put the breasts on the TV.
And it's funny you say that, right? It's so funny you said that. Because they don't even support their own. Like you just said. Why not get the vets, your Hall of Famers?
Thank you.
Even pro wrestling. You have what? You have the play-by-play man and the color commentator. Why? Because somebody has to sell the story. Somebody has to tell you how the trenches. If we were talking about military life or police life, wouldn't you like a guy who can, one, tell you factual information, and two, deliver it in such a way that it's mighty entertaining? They fail on both ends. You're not doing a good job selling a product.
That's right. That's correct.
And that's the failure of news media today. That's the failure. You don't even sell a good product.
I think that one of the things you're starting to see now is this kind of wave of nostalgia across basically all culture. You see it in hip hop music. You just see it everywhere. This talk of like things used to be better. And I think the nostalgia is just for the product being what it is and not dressing it up as something else. If football is supposed to be guys being manly and hitting each other, then it's supposed to be that. If basketball is supposed to be like 77 to 75 games, then let it be that. If wrestling, I don't know wrestling well enough, but if wrestling is, or sorry, let me say wrestling. If wrestling is what it is, then advertise it as such, but don't try and change the product and then say it's the same as it used to be when you can visually see it's not.
And I'm glad you said that. You know, one of the sweethearts of the Olympics was a girl named Kennedy Blades. Guess what Kennedy was very famous for? She suplexed the boots out of her opponent. But she's a openly Christian, conservative black girl. Her sister, who's a bronze medalist at the World Junior Worlds, she's a silver medalist at the Olympics and a world champion in the juniors. Highly Christian, love their parents still together. Mother's a sergeant in the Chicago Police Department.
Mm-hmm.
Very conservative, doesn't dress like somebody from my home city. Angel Reese doesn't try to be a, what's that thing we put on the campfire? Put a stick through with the graham crackers and the marshmallows and the chocolate, the s'mores.
Yeah.
She's a sweetheart. When she made the Olympic team, guess what her speech was?
Thank God.
How do you feel about making your first Olympic team at the age of 20? I give all my credit to Christ.
There it is.
Could you not market somebody like see?
Well, I think the turn in the election is that I think people have had enough of this fluff culture that is not what it says it is, and people want at least some kind of just mirage of people just being who they say they are. If your product is what it is, then be that. If your product is going to be, we're going to talk sports, but we're going to put some cleavage in your face, then call it a drama show about sports. Don't call it sports talk, because I grew up listening to sports talk. Sports talk was through an AM radio with no visuals, guys talking sports with a couple of jokes mixed in. You can't see no cleavage through an AM radio dial. You can't see it. You got to keep their interest with the topic at hand.
And thank you, Saint. What is that? Saint Nick 69. They promote Brittany Griner.
Yes, they do.
But you can't promote the black Christian girl with 2-parent household and her sister. You can't promote that. You can't promote that. You can't promote women, a 20-year-old at that, more interested about talking about her faith.
Right.
Not putting on skin tight revealing stuff. She's more interested in being a young college girl. You don't even want to promote. Don't go there, Charles. You rather promote Brittany Griner than Simone Biles Owens and her loving husband, who's also a successful athlete in his own right. She even said, when my career is over, I still got to be Mrs. Owens.
Oh, she wants to be Mrs. Owens.
She wants to be. But you don't promote her, do you?
Nope.
If you didn't know her prior, they notice you don't promote her the same way you promote these s'mores.
Sure.
The ones with the graham crackers and the chocolate and the marshmallows. I know somebody's going to steal that. If somebody stole that, you know where you heard it first. But this is what the culture has become of American news media, American politics. It's no different as I see it within sports. You want the glory, but you don't want to go through the story. Woo! Bars.
Yeah. I mean, but look, listen to me, Charles. I was on the freshman basketball team when I can't remember his name. I remember the wrestling coach came and looked at him. He said, you're short, you're stocky, you need the rest. I was like, man, I seen what y'all doing. I ain't trying to be doing that. Like carrying people on your back, running up and down the stairs. Like, nah, dog. I'm too finesse for that. That's the part. Or when you do that little thing when you slide on your knees and you stand up on you kind of like bent up knee, you can kind of swoop up and you have like a person on your back. You're doing that in the middle of August? No.
And don't forget, you got head to toe sweats on with a hoodie. And by the way,
gosh. Seeing guys try to make me, oh my goodness.
The wrestling room is also 80 degrees.
Oh my gosh!
So you're burning that weight off. Let's
well,
not.
I mean, and that if you're going to talk wrestling, you need to go through that. If you're going to talk, if you're going to talk football, you need to have gone through 2-a-days. Like middle of August, South Georgia heat. you practice from what 10 to 1. You eat lunch, you get your playbook, and you go back out there at 3 o'clock, 3 to 7, and do that for a week, away from your whole family. Then you understand what that means to come through summer camp ready for whatever, and not just someone who just sitting in an air-conditioned room putting powder in your face to get ready to go on the camera and talk about it.
Exactly.
Skip that big step. You can't skip that step, man.
Exactly. It's called the grind. In wrestling, we call that the grind. Yep. Embrace the suck. It's no different than in the military today. Shout out to Pete Hegseth, who said it. When everybody asked me, what do I think? And shout out to the master teacher who inspired me to talk about the next SecDef, Secretary of Defense, Pete Hegseth. We need to fire all the admirals and generals who brought this woke sugar honey iced tea into the military and made us weak. You have women trying to go to different things like what? Ranger school, Green Beret school, not to go on the.
You got to have a standard. Everyone understands if by essentially what a law is a standard. Is a standard of behavior. You got to, if you're driving in a car, it doesn't matter if you're super wealthy or if you're broke. Don't drive above this speed limit because this is the standard of behavior for everybody. That's the first thing you understand in sports is that there's a standard of behavior. It's called the rules, right? If you can't play by the rules, then you're not going to be a player on the team because your own teammates won't even respect you. Yeah. But if you take that away, how can you tell the elite person in any realm, in this case a soldier, these are the rules when he's far above the rules, but he's seen that the person that's going to be running behind him is having trouble meeting the standard. Like that is, man.
It's the same thing you've seen. And here's the worst part. They're getting passed through when there's men who were great athletes, great combatants who couldn't make it. You're not even doing the schools you're not even doing Ranger school to be on the 75th Ranger Battalion. You're not going through Green Beret school to be in an ODA, which is basically on a special forces team. You just want the glory, but you don't want the duty. And that's what you see in America. Look at the current sitting vice president. What can we say? She's qualified, and you have women who are upset because the DEI hire didn't get voted in. They're upset.
Well, I think that what we're starting to see now, and I think it's good that these kind of conversations are coming out, is that like you can't make a hamburger patty and call it a steak. We can see that it's not a steak. We can see that Joy Reid is not. I'm sorry, I keep saying Joy Reid. Joy Taylor is not there because she knows the reads that a quarterback makes in order to beat a nickel defense in 3rd and 5. She's there because she got big knockers. And people want to see the knockers, and it's going to get views. And she can behave in a way that other people can't do and keep her job.
Mm-hmm.
Dr. Neal was kicked off. I don't know how. Can we do anything?
I don't know. We're going to hold down the fort until he gets back.
I wonder how that works. I'm not sure how
that works. I guess he's going through some technical difficulties. We'll try to hold down the fort for him.
I wonder if he can.
Similar happened to me last night on my live, so it's funny when you say that because you're only sexist when you hold women to a standard. But when you let them run wild like Hulkamania, you're very what is it called? Progressive. I'm only progressive because you get your way. Once you make a code of conduct, a law, a policy, a general order, that's so sexist. One of the major rules in professions is fraternization. And you see what happens when you fraternize? You get stupid stuff happening like this. My God.
I like what Dr. Neal said about just fraternizing. Like I don't understand why they will put themselves in that position. You got to have the discipline to say, look, we're not even going out for drinks. I'm not doing that. In this climate, I'm going to take my check and I'm going to go home and I will deal with someone that's not associated with my workplace. That's hard enough.
Exactly.
Charles, I almost kind of feel like they did this to get some ratings. Part of me kind of feels that way.
It feels like that because it's the same thing with the Shannon Sharpe thing. When he's supposed to be having relations with a woman, and all of a sudden now he's a partner with Rue. So
yeah,
I'm looking at this on a very the investigator in me is calling some BS, because in this climate, like you just mentioned, OG, why would I put my career, millions of dollars, at risk? Why? There ain't no piece of you know what is that good.
No. Especially knowing that they will go back and comb through your past with a fine-tooth comb and look for a comment in an email thread that was worthy of you saying that you were some whatever word you want to use there. You could do whatever you want. I mean, they're going to go back through your career and find something and make you a villain in this. So just if that's the game, you can't do this, man.
No, it's foolish. It's very foolish. And on top of that, you know she's going to sell you out. And I heard one of the statements was made when a woman said you shouldn't be sleeping with these guys, and she said, "Okay, I got a plan because she was telling her, don't mess with those two guys. You're sleeping with two guys here. They're powerful. You could get in trouble. I'm powerful too. I'll just say that I was sexually harassed." She had it planned. It was premeditated. It was basically an orchestra of chaos.
I mean, I hope that the young ladies watching all of this truly understand the kind of quote unquote damage that is being done here, because the next girl that comes back through here is going to have to be not just twice as good, but people are going to be looking at her with a side eye like, are you really here because you deserve to be here, even if she does deserve to be there? Or are you here looking for a payday like the last woman that was here? And that's not fair to that woman. And imagine Jackie Robinson doing some behind the back stuff when he's going through all that BS. He wouldn't have considered doing that.
Oh, he would have been
knew. Say again?
He would have been lynched.
I mean, he knows he can't even whistle at a white chick. So why even the next guy coming through here is going to have to be twice as good as me, so let me pave the way for him. Do you think Joy Reid even cares about the next woman coming after her?
No.
I don't think she even cares.
No, because she has
Joy Taylor. Not Joy Reid.
Boy, it's bad when both Joys you can't say a good damn thing about. It shows you that modern women have no integrity.
I would say that. I would push back on that. Because I like what Doc said, is that we aren't forcing them to be held to that standard. We should, if we're going to do the equality, we're all the same thing, then you got to tell the woman that if you make the mistake of a man, you got to suffer the same fate and make her suffer that fate. And that part of that is on us. there are a bunch of dudes that are mad about what happened with Joy Taylor and still woke up and turned on that FS whatever and watched it today. Why are you watching it? Make them pay. Make them pay.
And what here's the point that you make about that. We're not even doing anything to change the narrative because many guys are thirsting after something that really is looking for your downfall.
I mean, that might have been her plan. That might have been her plan from the jump. Like, I'm going to get it both ways. I'm going to get the salary and I'm going to get mixed up with these guys and I'm going to get them hemmed up. How could you say it's not?
Do anything that I do not desire and watch me go for your head.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
Think about that. You have to judge people according to their past actions.
Mm-hmm.
That's their nature. If you're coming out to, I had to tell my ex-girlfriend, why are you going on Facebook with your cleavage out saying hello to people? You know, I'm just spending your hello. I said, go ahead. Think these guys are your friends. You're doing it because of attention. And right now, the type of attention you're trying to bring is not only shameful for you and potentially dangerous, but you're gonna look for me to come protect you. When part of the protection, what do I always say, Passport G on my channel? The first rule of protection. What's the first rule of protection?
You got to learn how to listen. It's obedience. That's right.
I can't protect you if you don't listen. I'm not protected by the speed limit. If it's 25 and I'm going 75.
That's right.
But we have a group of people today who says, I want to put this whole billion-dollar company at risk of a major lawsuit, and possibly executives getting the axe.
Just take no blame for it. Take no blame from their actions, except I was a victim, and it's all going to come crashing down because it's something I instigated, but it's the toxic environment, not me. And it's like, well, if you weren't there, everything would still be there.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, oh my gosh. I'll say this. I'll get off in a couple of seconds, but this mirrors Kathleen Kennedy with Star Wars. It just, if you're not good enough, then let someone that's good enough do it. But don't not be good enough and then blame something besides you not being good enough. Like, that's like rule one of being a man. Am I good enough? No, then I need to go do the training and come back when I am, or get fired doing so. He's okay. He's rebooting the system. Okay.
We came by growing up as kids. I'm 42. But you remember certain cartoons the way they were. A lot of cartoon characters and superheroes had to earn the right to be a certain thing. They had to earn their place.
The hero's journey was the story. That's the story.
Star Wars is just the hero's journey with space magic and technology.
I mean, Star Wars, Transformers, G.I. Joe. It always starts out with something bad happening. The guys got to pick themselves off the ground and figure it out.
Right. And look at Lion-O from Thundercats.
Yep.
What was his big thing? The anointment trials. Just because he was the hero, he was the what's the word? He was born into the role but he had to earn the role to be the Lord of the Thundercats.
That's right.
He was the heretical Lord, but he had to earn the right because you couldn't rule unless you earned. Right. We got away from there so many years ago. Now look at it.
Yeah. Now you're born good enough. And that runs antithetical to the male experience. When a man is placed in a position where he's there because he was born good enough, you get fallout in terms of a bunch of person paying the price for his incompetence and him losing the value of his leadership because nobody believes in the guy. But what do you get when you get a competent man in the beginning in a group of incompetent men? They become more competent because they see what competence demands. That guy doesn't get to we don't remember Napoleon for marching into Russia and sacrificing his troops as a competent guy. He did that. He screwed that up. Yeah. That's what he's remembered for. He didn't get to say, well, it was too cold and, I didn't have a chance to prepare. And so it's not really my fault. It's like, no, history does not remember him that way.
No, you were the war machine. You were the guy who was the mechanized monster taking over Europe one by one. Some battles you didn't even fight because people fell at their knees when they heard you were coming. You did this great strategist. Same thing with the Nazi Germany. Y'all didn't learn from history. You didn't learn from history. Never invade Russia in the cold.
And he has to hold that L, which is fair. But if you want to do the leadership, if you want to be the next Napoleon, you got to eat all of it. You got to eat the whole deal, the good and the bad, all of it.
And the bad. What does Frankie Beverly say? The joys and the pain. Got to take it.
Joy Taylor, you want to be the first woman to come through all of this? Then zip up your blouse, zip up your skirt. Walk home, go home at night and go pick up your study book, whatever, and leave them dudes at your job with alone. So that the next show you can come in and it's going to be an all women's panel and people can say, you know what? They're not there to sleep their way to the top. They're there to be journalists.
Think about it, right? Guess who had to learn that lesson and actually succeeded years later? You might have heard of this guy. It's called George Foreman.
Yep. That's a good one. That's a really good one.
George Foreman, when he fought Ali, the day he fought Ali, he was about 38-0 or 40-0 with 37, 39 knockouts. He was a machine. But guess what lesson he had to learn? He had to learn that I have to be smart and not just powerful and strong. He had to wait, 20 some odd years to learn pivotal moments. And what happened? He was rope and doping people.
And this too, Charles, it made him a better man.
Say that again for the Negroes in the back. It made adversity.
The adversity made George Foreman better.
As a man and as a boxer.
Yep.
There's the only time strength is before struggle is in the dictionary.
Man, people, this is my first time being on this channel, so BMI, thank you for having me. Passport OG, it is so good to talk to you live, my friend. I appreciate you. And Dr. Faulkner, one of my homies, I appreciate you so very much.
Thank you, man. And just a small tidbit for Dr. Neil and Passport OG. I got my start doing this. I got my start doing live streaming. Oh, the book. The book.
Yes. Yes.
I've started my first start on doing live streams and recordings was because of this man, Brian Snow.
Oh, is that right? Oh, wow.
We were talking. This is like what, 11 years ago? Good God.
Yeah, just about 11 years. About 11 years.
Talking about a good friend of ours, Matt Shanahan, a white guy.
Yep.
And it's funny how we all talked about fathers' rights. It was
man's rights.
30 minutes, and we stayed on for 3 hours.
Because we all were going through a struggle with men's rights at the time, because Matt was going through a situation with his daughter, Charles with his son, and I had just recently lost my daughter. To death. And that was the most powerful 3.5-hour conversation I've had, and I still have it in full, no edits, nothing. I owe Passport OG a lot of thanks for using the piece that he used when I spoke of Caitlin Clark when people wanted to come after me. Oh, you just like her because she's white. No, I like her because she plays a hell of a game of basketball. The same way my first favorite player, Julius Erving, made me a basketball fan. Adversity makes you better. Adversity makes you stronger. And if I may borrow Dr. Faulkner's words, in 4 words, I kick cancer's ass. Stage 4 pancreatic cancer, which puts most or all black men in a box. And my ass is still here kicking. And tonight, my wife and I had a long talk. We've been having talks since the top of the year because what we've done is like dedicate an hour to each other because she's busy getting back to work. I'm busy getting back on my live streams and everything. She said, let's just take an hour and dedicate it to each other. Something Joy Taylor has never learned to do. But she said, I want my husband back. I'm tired of you leaning on your illness, though I've been there. I've been there with you. Now it's time for you to get back to being you. But she also coupled it by saying, you ain't doing this alone. How rare is that? How rare is that for a woman to look her man in the eye and say, you're not doing this alone. She said, whatever kind of help you need, I will help you. The mental struggle, she said flat out, the mental struggle, I get it, but you've leaned on it too long. I'll help you through the mental struggle. We'll go get some more counseling and whatever we have to do so you can get over your fear. Because believe me, when you beat cancer, blood clots, kidney failure, and you lose your right big toe because of, I have diabetes now, and my insulin is dependent on a shot every day. But I'm getting to the point. I want to get to the point by my birthday that not only can Jody and I come visit Charles at BlurredCon, but I'm walking, and I mean fully stood up and everything, standing to all 6'5" of me. But I got to start at the bottom of the mountain and climb my way back up.
You know what they say? It's not the destination, it's the journey.
Yeah, it's the journey. And that's a journey 3 years after cancer surgery that I'm finally finding. I'm finally finding the path back. Just as simple as putting shoes on every day and putting boots on like I had to do this morning because my right foot's heavily wrapped. And the struggle I had with and the struggle I had with that and not getting away from my duties around the house. You know, my wife and I made a deal. If I'm out taking care of bills, you take care of the household. Have I slacked off? Hell yeah. I looked her dead in the eye and I said, baby, I'm sorry I slacked off. She said, you know the best part about it? What's that? You can get back at it and I can help you. You can't beat that.
No, you can't. And see, that's the part where Dr. Neil and Passport OG was talking about. What you have is an asset.
Mm-hmm.
People like Joy Taylor are liabilities.
Big time liabilities.
And
I was married to a black woman once upon a time. Talk about a lot. And that's when I first got started in broadcasting at 23 years old.
And think about that. Why let a liability have such dominion over you?
Mm-hmm.
And think about that. And Doc knows what the term dominion is when, especially in the religious set. In the religious set.
When you said dominion, I was like, oh my God, that's the word right there, dominion.
Isn't it?
That's the word. Dominion. That's the word right there, Charles. Charles, that's the word, dominion.
Jody and I have dominion over this household. Let me say that sentence again for those of you in the cheap seats at the old Baltimore Arena.
Say it loud.
Or for Charles at the old Memorial Stadium.
Shout out to 33rd and Greymount.
Jody and I have dominion together over this household, period. I may not have a working vehicle. I got to GoFundMe out to take care of that. We talked about that. She says, get your car in order. She flat out told me, get your car in order, because the next 3 months are going to be hellacious because she's going after her second doctorate. You know, the most powerful thing that a woman can say to a man besides I love you? I need you. I'll say it again for all of us at Old Comiskey Park on the South Side. I'll say it again for those of us at Old Chicago Stadium on the West Side. She said to me, I not only love you, but I need you. Because the next 3 months, Isaac, I'm on topic. Trust me. Because we're talking about dealing with adversity, which is what Joy Taylor has created, and how you should deal with it.
I think that a lot of people don't understand how this topic hits home to a lot of men.
Mm-hmm.
And to a lot of men, think about it. I'll tell a personal story to a lot of people. When we had a rookie, male or female, there's two different talks I give the male, and there's two different talks I give the female.
Yeah.
The male, I'm going to tell him. I said, I'm going to be careful when you put that shiny badge and that gun on your hip. Women are going to see you as ATM.
Mm-hmm.
Guaranteed money. You know how close City Hall is to divorce and child custody court and child support court. It's you could walk to it. Less than 2 blocks away. Number 2, don't cowboy it. Learn your craft.
Can you say that again for those of us at Old Chicago Stadium?
Don't cowboy it. Learn your craft. And here's another one, right? When I tell the rookie females, 2 things. Nobody's asking you to be a woman. Nobody's asking you to be a man. Just be an officer. Do your job to the best of your ability.
Mm-hmm.
Which is fair.
Mm-hmm.
And the second part of that conversation, don't be one of them.
Right.
What I mean by one of them, don't be a female trying to get over. Get men to do your work for you. Don't use your sexuality. If you got a late call, handle it like a man would.
Right.
You get all the respect you need right there.
Mm-hmm.
Don't sleep around. Because a lot of these guys are like, it's like putting a drop of blood in a shark tank.
Yes.
The frenzy is on. And they know this, and it's funny because I've sat in roll call rooms and I've seen women sit right there at a roll call. It's when it used to be 30 people to a roll call. Now when the retention was up,
mm-hmm.
30 people, she slept with 7 people in that roll call.
Wow.
And that doesn't create dissension.
But what has to happen in that situation, the same with Joy Taylor, is that what happens if a man does that? He is going to not just lose his job, he's going to lose his career.
Yeah.
How can you have Joy Reid do that and be empowered and keep the job and act like nothing happened? Because if you do that, then it diminishes the stature of what she's there for in the first place.
And
it just says that she's a prop. She's a toy. Like she's like a dancing, like whatever you. She's just a prop that's there so that people can see what she looks like instead of being a journalist or whatever she's supposed to be. And if that's what she is, call it that. Mm-hmm. But don't call her like she was on an interview talking about how she had to work her way to the top. Come on, man.
Work her way to the top.
Come on, man.
I would say doing what, but that prompts an obvious answer.
Yeah, but we can see that we can see it's bunk. We can see that.
Mm-hmm.
Like you can't fool people. You can't. if I can't keep saying Joy, if Joy Taylor is going to do the right thing, she needs to make a statement and say, I'm going to fall on the sword so that the next young woman journalist that comes behind me can have a fresh start or whatever, right?
Mm-hmm.
I made a mistake. I should not have been tempted by that. We all know she's not going to do that. She's essentially going to set an NUKE to that company. And everyone that was connected with her is going to have to deal with the fallout of it. And it's just going to make, shucks, man. What's your boy from Indiana, the governor that was just vice president?
Pence.
The Pence rule on steroids, dude. I went through college and 20 years of playing sports, so you can come here and wreck my career? Girl, please. You better go in that women's break room. Can we please have a men's only break room? Thank you. Thank you. I'm here to work. Going over there.
What's the type of law they have in Islamic faith? The Shia law? That's basically what you're gonna have. Sharia law. You're gonna end up having that at the workplace. A separation of men and women. Why? Because
it's about to happen real quick.
I can't risk people losing careers. And we forget, because of all this wokeism, people forget very quickly how much.
I think he's bored. I think he bored out.
So yeah. So the thing is that, and that's going to be the challenge of the next 12 years.
Yeah.
In terms of the administration coming in, the coming in administration. If JD Vance, I think that JD Vance is going to be the guy. You know, JD Vance is the guy for the next after Trump. This guy, if things go well, he will be a 2-term guy. You know what I'm saying? And he understands. He's been dealing with men's issues. He's dealing with men's issues and all that kind of stuff. You know what I'm saying? And he understands what time it is. And this is not sustainable. This is not sustainable in everything.
Not
you
at all.
Have to no. You have to, as a man. So they think we're at a point now. So some men have to, like, you know what? All this male sympathy and empathy and all that kind of stuff, and letting stuff slip, like this stuff, like what's going on with Joy Taylor and these work environments. You have to say, you know what, we have to, we got to stop this, because this is stuff this is weaponized against men.
And this weaponization is becoming a howitzer right before our eyes.
Yeah, and you have to draw a line in the sand. And the thing is that the larger issue is that you cannot. These people are talking about American first and all that kind of stuff, and the future of the United States and all that kind of stuff. You have to say no.
Just say no.
And men have to say no. We're not doing this anymore, and what have you. And we went through all of these decades of accommodation and all that kind of stuff. And if we're going to compete with other societies, if we're going to compete, if America wants to compete with China and Russia, Iran, North Korea, and other emerging economies and what have you, BRICS and all that kind of stuff, you got to draw a line in the sand. You know what I'm saying? And we can't play these emotional, therapeutic games anymore. You know what I'm saying? If it's not about productivity, we have to deal with productivity and all that kind of stuff. And these type of situations get in the way of productivity and growth and flourishing
and advancement.
And advancement. You know what I'm saying? These sexual issues and these psychological issues, they stand in the way. So so we have to move. And again, and I would say this is not a Republican or Democrat issue or whatever.
No.
This is a futuristic. This is a
Doc,
futuristic
Doc, let me tell you something.
situation.
Doc,
This is the battle of your children, the battle of your country, the battle of your very soul.
Doc, let me tell you something, Doc. Sometimes I go through social media, right? And I'll see like they'll have these TikToks of like SAT questions, right? Math SAT questions.
Mhm.
And it's like one of the questions like if this is number of minutes and this is number of hours, what's the algebraic expression? It's 7th grade math.
It is.
This is that's something that these kids are doing. Literally, my daughter's doing that right now in the 7th grade. Okay. In 7th grade. And you're seeing all of these people hemming and hawing. And it's like, you don't see the country that's in the middle of Asia that calls itself the middle country by definition. These kids doing this in elementary school.
Elementary.
We were doing.
Y'all need to wake up.
Stop. We were doing this in 1st grade, man.
Yeah, but
we were just doing this in 1st grade.
But just stop playing all these games about bleepity bleep that doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Like you're playing all these games about sports and what gender and can your kids do the math? Are they good enough to compete? How many languages they speak? Oh, you can't do it? Well, then this is a whole side of the golden globe that's already passed your kids up. And then the last thing they're going to worry about is some what's fair with the gender stuff. Here's the job. Can you do it? And that's what's so incredibly frustrating about watching this country that I grew up in that I really care about. Just fall into this mediocrity about BS. What race, what gender are you? How many genders are there? Like, do you care about my feelings? Like, dude, like you're there to do a job. Do the job. Don't sleep with everybody and then cry victim and then walk away as it blows up. Like you did the opposite of a job. You did an anti-job, Joy Taylor. There's a woman that could do your job. Let her do it.
I'm glad you
Let me tell you the story. Let me tell you the story, and I'll leave y'all. Hold
on. Let me shout out Electric 480. Thank you for that support, my brother. Support Black Male Media. Electric 480. Electrician 480. Y'all support this. You know what we're doing right here. Ab Media. I want to shout out to Ab Media. I want to shout out to Kabuki Kamal, my brother. We're glad that you were in the house and what have you, moderators and everything like that. We are going on, man. This is Black Male Independence, Black Male Agency, Black Male Empowerment, Black Male Happiness. All these things right here. We're not here. This is not about fluff. No. We have a country, and I'm in Passport OG. I'm gonna pass the baton to him. We are dealing with a country that is messed up with fluff. So I did a stream on Vivek Ramaswamy last week, and talked about Vivek and everything I did. Now I'm gonna say this: everything that Vivek Ramaswamy said, and even Elon Musk, everything that these guys have said about America is not totally inaccurate, not true. They're not lying about the culture that we have produced up to this point. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? And so the thing is that the idea that we don't have talent already here, we have talent here. We have talent. I mean, and a lot of the talent that we have here is not being maximized and what have you, all across the board. You know what I mean? But the thing is, like Passport OG said, I mean, and my thing is, STEM, mathematics, science, technology, and all of that kind of stuff. Those things matter. You know what I mean? And if we're going to compete with the world, here's the thing: China, with America, China is at the borders. You hear what they're saying right now. All these conspiracy theories about what's happened like last week in New Orleans and in Las Vegas and all that kind of stuff. And they're saying, oh, China is you know, they got balloons coming to our shores and all that kind of stuff. And I'm not going to put a whole lot of credence to that because we need to have facts, right?
Right.
But the reality is, apart from, you know, the conspiracy theories, China's kicking our butt. And they're coming. China's coming to eat our lunch, and everybody else is coming to eat our lunch. And it's like this for me. I don't want to live in a developing nation. If I'm already in a developed nation, I don't want to go backwards. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
I want to go forward. I don't care what people say. They can say whatever they want to say about American and the empire and all that kind of stuff. And even the liberals. This is why the leftists, and this is why liberals lost the last election or whatever. Because it's like they don't know what they want to be. You don't want to know what do you want to compete? Do you want to go forward? Do you want to become an underdeveloped? Half your country is underdeveloped, and only a fraction of your country is developed. Do you want to be like? Do you want to be like Brazil? You know what I'm saying? What major extremes in terms of high wealth versus extreme poverty and all that kind of stuff, and instability in the middle. Do you want to be that kind of way? You know what I mean? And so this is a real thing, and that's why all this stuff and like Jason would not. I mean, she got cans and all that. I mean, this is not a trivial thing. This is not a trivial thing. Competence, and that's why I side with some of the conservatism, not all of it, but it's like, yeah. We got to be smart. If we're not smart and we're not proficient or whatever, we're gonna be at the bottom. That's the bottom line.
Not only do we have to be smart, not only do we have to be proficient, but like you said, Dr. Neal, other countries are coming and taking our lunch and kicking our ass. Not only do we have to be smart and be proficient, we also have to be a word that I lean on whenever I get ready for a play-by-play call, be it in studio or on site. That word is prepared.
You don't mind if I go into preparation real quick?
Go ahead, Charles.
Let me sign out really fast. Let me thank Dr. Neal, Passport OG, once again, my man.
My brother.
Always a pleasure, man. I love your content. Dr. Charles, I adore you and I love you. And for the first time being up here, Dr. Neal, I love you, brother. I am subscribed to your channel. I will never be a part of your content. And if y'all haven't subscribed to Snowman Multimedia, please do so, because Snowman Sportsnet is coming in April for a full baseball season. We're going to test it with basketball and get this new channel going and show people what old school radio play-by-play is like.
Looking at you.
And I leave the doubters with this. I've been asked for many, many years why I don't have a black favorite play-by-play announcer. I do. His name is the late great Greg Gumbel. But the first person that got me started living on the south side of Chicago, I want you doubters to look up the name Jim Durham. That is why I got into the profession. He and current Packer voice Wayne Larrabee are the reasons why I got into it. So we're bringing the old school back into the 21st century when it comes to play-by-play. Let me get on out of here. Thank you very much, gentlemen. I love you all. I appreciate you. Thank you.
Have a good one.
All right, be safe, man. And it's funny when we talk about preparation. And this is where all this connects. We talked earlier about the culture. What culture are we producing for young men who has to take the place of the older man? Especially, let's start with the bare essentials. The bare essentials. Who's going to protect your country if these young men don't even know if they're men?
Yeah.
Who's going to build your industry to compete toe-to-toe with China, which is a producing monster, a production monster, an engineering juggernaut? We're producing what? Mediocrity. We're producing obsolescence. Got to use the big words with the doc on.
Put it, man. Say it, man. Say it.
We are producing failures. Nobody wants to talk about how we can make it better. All we want to speak about is the excuse instead of the solution. I would have respected her more and say, hey, I knew I shouldn't have done this. Don't blame them, blame me. True leadership is what? Doing what's supposed to be done when nobody's looking. And we got away from that tenfold. And look what's happening at Fox Sports, ESPN, and all these places. Look, the NBA is pretty much a $1 trillion company when you think about it. And you're losing viewership? That's not a good thing to basically something for decades was a guaranteed product, guaranteed on return, guaranteed on investment. And what's going to happen during this time? You're going to see all the excuses leave the building, and they're going to be, and this basically going to be old school, put up or shut up. Lead, follow, or get the hell out of their way.
Let me tell you something, man. Do you understand how many, and I'm going to say that, I'm not going to put out here, man. White CEOs loved Michael Jordan.
Mm-hmm.
White CEOs, corporations, I'll put it like this. White males in corporate America love Michael Jordan. And they loved him because they lived vicariously through him. And I'm going to say this because Michael Jordan was such a competitor. It had nothing to do with him, I mean, the race and all that kind of stuff or whatever, but Michael Jordan, why do you, I'm going to tell you this. So yeah, white people financed the NBA, people talking about the WNBA or whatever, but in terms of, buying tickets and all that kind of stuff and everything like that, you had men who never played basketball in their lives who saw how Jordan was such a fierce competitor. And they applied that stuff to Wall Street. They applied that stuff to politics, law, and all this other stuff like that. And that's why they were obsessed with Michael Jordan. That's the bottom line. That's the obsessed because Michael Jordan, who he was in terms of his fierce commitment, competitive streak, with respect to basketball and all that kind of stuff. You know what I'm saying? Now we've gotten away from that. Now there's something to be said about that because I will talk about the other side of it is that these same white males who were fiercely competitive, whatever, were ruthless capitalists. I know, like they were ruthless capitalists. Like we gonna make money at all costs. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, yeah.
So and you can't translate everything because I'm not going to say that Jordan. I can't say that Jordan was a ruthless capitalist because Jordan he couldn't. You can't cut corners when everybody is watching you on the court. You understand what I'm saying? You can't cut corners. You can't cut corners. You can't bogart your way into stuff, and you can't do a Bernie Madoff. I'll put it like this. If you're Michael Jordan, you cannot do a Bernie Madoff when everybody is watching you on the doggone court. You understand what I'm saying? That's what made that's what made basketball. And I've said this for a long time. That's what made basketball like almost a pure meritocracy. Basketball, black men and basketball is the closest thing that you're going to ever get in terms of, particularly in Jordan's era. Now, of course, you have favoritism and nepotism and all that kind of stuff, but basketball is the sport in America that you're going to get the closest to a real meritocracy where you have to earn your shit. You understand what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
And when you think about the Detroit Pistons and that era and all that kind of stuff, and I think about it, oh my God, I think about Dennis Rodman. If you understand Dennis Rodman's story and where Dennis Rodman came from, and Dennis Rodman did not go through the traditional channels of basketball to become what he what he became as a rebounder and all that kind of stuff. You know what I'm saying? I mean, Dennis Rodman did not go through AAU and all that kind of stuff, and he became this monster in terms of what he was on defense. You know what I mean? And it was through basketball. You understand? No one can take anything from Dennis Rodman. That's the closest thing that you're going to get from pure meritocracy. And the point I'm trying to make is that you have people who are very competitive. It doesn't matter what you could never. You could be someone who has never touched the basketball in your life. You could be in science. You could be in biology. You could be in engineering. It doesn't care what field, whatever endeavor you were in. But it's like, God damn, this is a competitive dude. It's like I'm going to do everything. I'm going to maximize my ambition and see where it takes me. You know what I mean? And do whatever I got to do. And so what happened? So now here we are in 2025, and you have the entertainment factor and you have the mediocrity factor that comes in because they just want to entertain people. You want to entertain, and then you want to appease women. You want to get women to watch more basketball, watch more football, and what have you. Not only that, you're under pressure because the larger society, the intellectuals and the elites are saying that you need to be more inclusive and all that kind of stuff. And you go above and beyond. You do ridiculous things to bring women into the fray who are not, they ain't up to snuff. They ain't not, the vast majority of them never played sports in their lives. Okay, you know what I mean? And it's not like they're like in sports. Those males, the white men who did sports journalism, they had to study that shit. Even the ones who never played basketball, they had to study it. They had to know all the intricacies of basketball, of football. They had to talk to people. They had to, deal with arrogant ass athletes and all that kind of stuff like that. You know what I mean? They get information, inside knowledge, and everything. And you put these people on screen who've been given shortcuts. That's just a reality. They've been given shortcuts. I don't care what you say. Jason Whitlock is right. And sports, when you talk about women in sports, I mean, when you talk about basketball and football, particularly basketball is the closest thing that you're going to get to a meritocracy in American society. And the thing about it is that when you extend that to like journalism and all that kind of shit, I'm like, if these journalists have not come close to what the basketball players have done in terms of study and engagement, yeah, you're gonna be suspect. That's it. Anyway, I was just saying, we going backwards. We're not going forwards.
Mm-hmm. It's basically one of those things where if you're not part of the solution, you're obviously part of the problem. And we have to get back to that road where we held people accountable. If it's fair for one, then it's fair for all. It's like I just told one of my godsons. I said, look, you want to talk about Jordan's time and who did he compete with? Guess what? Did Jordan compete against the greatest of his time? Did LeBron? Did Kobe? When you look at Sugar Ray Robinson, did he compete against the greatest of his time? And by the way, I don't think no boxer in history is ever better than him. And I could give a strong argument to that. You look at Jordan Burroughs, shout out to Jersey, 7 Olympic and world titles. He's actually a black man beat John Smith, the legendary John Smith record. What made him great was because of the adversity he faced. He faced 3 to 4 different rule changes in a sport, which can totally change the sport, and you were still successful. You still have the ingenuity. You still have the perseverance. It's what I like to tell people. You have that true grit about you. When you have true grit, you don't whine and cry about things that don't go your way. You make it go your way. If you're going to be the first, you better be the most ruthless individual. because everybody else will. And see, not to be on this, well, we are part of the Black Manosphere, but I'm going to tell you, one of the issues that we have is that we don't teach our black boys to be ruthless. Yeah. We don't teach them. We don't teach them how to have some audacity, some unmitigated gall. We teach them to be subservient.
I'll go a step past that. We worship like women's essence. Like I didn't say admire. I say we worship it. Like, baby, give me some pee. Like, give that whole idea, that concept. She's gonna give you some loving, give you, huh? Like this idea that that women are so special that she's gonna bless you with something that's essentially her nature is an idea that's really unique to us. That's really unique. And so this whole idea, like the whole thing with the Joy Taylor, where she's walking around with her things out, whatever can see. Look, you get to a certain point where you could just lock and say, oh, she has a mole in her face and she has cankles. Nah, I don't like her. And just walk around her like she's just a regular another person in that building. But Pete, there's so many guys, I've heard it over and over. It's, oh, she's so beautiful. She's so sexy. It's like, dude, why are you focused on all of that mess? Like, she's just another person, dude. She's another person walking in the planet. If I look at her sexually, yes, she's sexual. But women have basically been saying for the last 40 years, don't look at us as sex objects. Cool, gotcha. All right, cool. You choose to have your mammary glands showing. Okay, that's fine, but I'm here to work. Like that, you talk about that ruthlessness. It is ruthless when you could walk by a woman who is dressed for attention and act like she's not there. That's ruthless. And I've seen it. I've seen guys here that are in positions of power. They got stuff to do. And they're like, I don't know why you wore that to work. But anyways, I got work to do. Don't wear that tomorrow. And going about the business. That kind of ruthlessness, black men need to get there.
And I have to agree with you 1,000% of the way when what comes with that ruthlessness is when you prioritize everything over this fleshly, vulnerable, this type of, your base nature. You know what I'm saying? And even your power, because you have access. That's the other thing. So when you have a man who understands that he has power and he has access, he understands that he can manipulate the power, he can abuse the power at any time. And he walks past, that woman or those women who he knows that he can at a moment's whim, just because who he is, he can have them bending down, bending over, whatever, and doing everything he wants for them. You know what I'm saying? When that man can walk past them, and here's the thing, Pastor G, and here's the thing. I mean, black men, I want y'all to hear what's being said here. When you can look at a stunning, beautiful woman who you're attracted to and you want to talk to, and you can completely ignore her, and you can keep on walking, you have demonstrated your own capacity for discipline and forward thinking and all of that kind of stuff. That's real power right there. That is real. I'm gonna give it a recent example. I mean, man, I was, in my own city where I live. I went to Starbucks. There's a Starbucks I work at, and I work at a Starbucks, man. And most of the employees typically tend to be white and white female and stuff like that. I'm not into white women, and occasionally they will, hire a black woman or whatever. And sometimes, and in good moments, these women are looking real good. They're very attractive women. And I'm gonna be honest with you, man. I mean, some of these chicks, I'll be wanting to holler at their ass when I come to the register and get my coffee. I like Komodo passport. I get Komodo Dragon coffee, man. I want to get it ground and stuff like that. You know what I'm saying? And I see a young, fine tender. She right there. She behind the register and everything. And here's the thing, man. I know they got cameras all over the place, right? And I look at her and I got a stern face like this, and I say, yeah, I want this ground. I want paper filter and all that kind of stuff. She fine as a motherfucker. I want to holler at her. I ain't gonna lie with you, man. I be wanting to holler at her ass, you know, say something to her, flirt with her, and all that kind of stuff. You know what I mean? But I don't. Mm-hmm. I look at her.
Yes.
She turned her ass around and she go to get that Komodo Dragon and she started, you know, grinding them coffee beans and nothing. She turned around. But
you changed the narrative on her.
I'm not thirsty. And she fine. I'm not thirsty and she fine. And I live in a city where 7 through 10 women who are 7 through 10s, they're scarce. I live in a city, a local city. Yeah, you niggas, you get your passports. I live in a city in North Carolina where a woman between an 8, I put not 7, a woman who is an 8 from a 10, they're scarce. You don't run into 8 to 10s every day. I'll walk into a Starbucks. This chick is between an 8 and a 10. You know what I do? I get my coffee. I don't, have a whole bunch of small talk or whatever. This is what I want. I do what I do, and I go. And I don't say anything to her. And what happens is that as I'm leaving, I might see, and I might look back or whatever, and she might be looking at me, wondering, well, who is this nigga right here? You know what I'm saying? But I keep walking out the door, and I go out, and I'm not thirsty. I'm not thirsty to the point where I'm like, damn, I should have said something to him. No, I'm not thirsty. I keep on going. So Passport OG is absolutely correct. You have to get to that point when, particularly when you have that kind of agency, and when you find yourself in that position where it's like you can walk away and not lose and not have any regrets and not feel like you missed out on something and nothing like that. Like, damn, did I let her get away? You know what I'm saying? And you keep on going.
Doc, check this out. What you're talking about is the reason why we have 50-year-old women still posting thirst trap photos. Come on, man. Come on. You are, someone just did it earlier today. Like, you're 50. And the only reason she's doing it is because guys are licking it up.
Look it up.
Guys are, oh man, it is one of the things about the Black experience. I'm so glad I had a chance to spend time just out of the country, just to see what a different normal is. And there's a normal where women don't do that. That's tasteless. But if you have a whole society of women say, oh, she look good, she's still fine, I'll wife her up even though she's 50, she's gonna keep doing it.
Mm-hmm. Let me tell you something. One thing I learned, man, going to Brazil, going to different parts of African countries and stuff like that, and seeing 10s and 8s, it's like they're like water. And then I look at the local men in those countries.
Mm-hmm.
Those guys are used to it.
Yep.
Like they not. It's not something that they don't see on an everyday basis. You know what I'm saying? But we come from the U.S. We go there and we lose our minds.
Yep.
You know what I'm saying? Because we ain't never said, God, I ain't never seen this kind of beauty in it. You get thirsty and you start chasing it. But those guys, the local guys, it's like,
yep,
we live with.
That's the way they're supposed to look. They're supposed to look like that. What's this? What's the problem?
What is the problem?
She's supposed to look like that and be nice and have functional value. Okay. She's called a human being. Okay. What's next?
That is it. I mean, and I saw that. And I was like, okay. I get it, and that's why these guys. I mean, we go to these different countries, passports, and all that kind of stuff, and we ain't used to it. It's like
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I remember the first time I went to the Amsterdam, the Netherlands, and
Amsterdam is fun.
let me tell you something,
bet it
man.
is.
I saw the finest white women I had ever seen in my entire life. White women, Dutch women in the Netherlands. I mean, they North American women, white women in America, they can't touch them.
No, they can't.
They cannot. I saw the finest white women that I had ever seen in my entire life when I went to the Netherlands. And I was like, I came back here and I looked at them like, y'all basic. Y'all basic. And you got Negroes, you got people thirst trapping over them. You know what I'm saying? And jumping over whatever. You know what I'm saying? But you go over there, again, with the men, they're normal. With everybody else, this is normal. Yep. You know what I'm saying? And you're not out of here risking your life and doing all type of crazy stuff just to get next to them. You see what I'm saying? Because it's normal. You know what I mean? And so the thing is, and it's like, that's power. Going back to what OG said, it's power when you can ignore them and you can just walk past them, especially when you know the leverage that you have.
Charles, tell me what happens when you're in your uniform and you walk by a woman that's dressed to the nines like she's not even there. Tell what happens when you do that.
Oh, you're like a god to her.
Thank you.
You're like a god. You're like
a deity.
Unattainable god. She's coming to Mount Zion to hold summit with the Almighty. Okay, that's what she's doing. She's coming correct. She can't come to you and say, "I'm gonna treat you like these other guys," because when you wear a uniform, you are now considered a professional. She knows that she can't say, "What can you do for me?" She can't use, "Can you protect me?" Hey, that's part of the gig. She can't say, "Do you earn enough?" That's part of the gig. I said I've been doing this since 17 years old, wearing a uniform and holding up a rifle or a pistol for God and country. What can you do for me? It changes the narrative. You juxtapose the narrative and say, "What can you do for me? What value are you to me?" You know, I think a lot of guys need to really get their bravado up and say the words, "What consequence are you to me now?"
Well, the guy is most vulnerable when he lays down with a woman. So you have to make sure when you're laying down with a woman, it's the right woman to be laying down with, because the wrong woman can literally set you back. She can end your career. You got to make sure she understands it's a privilege being in that position. Otherwise, you wouldn't let her there. She's not doing you a favor. You're doing her one.
Let me tell you something. I learned profound lessons as a young man in my profession, because when I was coming along as I was trying to become a professor, there were black men who made horrible mistakes, who were messing with women on the job, and those guys saw their careers destroyed. You know what I'm saying? And so it's like, I'm a young guy, I'm coming up. Oh, this guy was sleeping with this woman, who was a student or whatever, sleeping with this person, and it destroyed his career. You know what I'm saying? And I was like, you know what? I don't want to be like any of these guys. And it's like, yeah, I've been in those situations where you have women who make themselves vulnerable to that kind of stuff. You know what I'm saying? And I'm like, no,
not me.
You know, no, you're not gonna destroy what I've built up to this point. I had to bust my butt, earn these degrees and all that kind of stuff, and get the little I got right now. And And just because, you think I'm cute or whatever, you know what I'm saying? And, you don't think about long-term stuff and whatever. I'm supposed to get with you. I said, hell no. You know what I mean? And then as I even went further, I saw men who were administrators. I knew a woman just like Joy Taylor in my profession. She wasn't academic, but she was a woman who worked in the institution where I worked in, and she worked men. This is a woman. I knew a woman who worked men in black men. I was at the HBCU, and she worked black men in high level positions. I watched her. We knew what time it was. I ain't gonna lie. We knew what time it was. And something happened with one particular individual. And I'm gonna tell you, you know what she did, man? She outed everybody. You had one super high up individual, a vice president in the university. And before you know, you had like 3 Negroes resigning. Old men. So she was like in her late 40s, and these guys were already like close to retirement age. Them Negroes were resigning from jobs because they were passing her around. I saw it with my own eyes. And she was a willful participant.
Mm-hmm.
You see what I'm saying? I said, I would never get myself involved. Stay away from that.
But that's why you have a societal code. If you're, as a woman, if you're going to do that, you can't sacrifice people in that culture that matter because of your feelings. If you're going to play that game, you're essentially tearing down the system that you're a part of. If you're going to take these guys who did all of that work to get to where they are and then cry, I'm a victim because you pulled your panties down with them, then okay, you tear them down. What replaces them? You didn't think that far. They're not thinking that far ahead. That's why you have a code. If you're going to be that chick and eat what comes with it. But we can't tear down the system for your feeling. We're tearing down our system for feelings.
Yes.
And China don't care. China don't give a bleep about your feelings. Okay? They don't care.
China doesn't care about your feelings. They don't give a damn about your feelings. Chinese ideology and philosophy is ruthlessness personified. Okay? This is the reason why in 20 years you could get 1 million engineers. The needs of the many outweigh the needs of the few. And that's how they really believe. And when you look at this, I could tell you stories about how young ladies literally was sleeping with a white lieutenant, black girl. He was a sergeant in the academy, and he was messing with her while she was in the academy. In the academy. So now, not saying she wasn't physically fit or she wasn't capable, but this is what women do. You will put an asterisk behind your name to say, what if that guy wasn't in your court? And the guy was married, by the way, to a Puerto Rican woman. So he believed, you see how flagrant she was with her attitude, because he would drive a truck with the blacked out tents, and she would come to the truck, and next thing you know, don't come a rocking if this truck's a rocking. In the parking lot, all the way in the back. And she ends up pregnant. And he doesn't leave his wife like he promised her. So guess what she does? She invokes her inner Chris Jericho and break the walls down and knocks on his house door with her pregnant belly. Now he's suspended. She's suspended. He was demoted 1 rank down, back to lieutenant. He was what, a captain. Then they demoted him back to lieutenant on the midnight shift. She gets to go. She gets suspended, has the baby, gets child support, and then she gets married years later to a simp, another police officer in another jurisdiction. She goes from the white guy to the blackest guy she can find with some dreads, and he's such a simp that she even bragged about. I tell him he can't even stand up and pee because I don't want the splashes on the toilet seat. They look for these men in compromised positions. They look for them. You know why? Because like a female friend told me, the reason why girls don't try to get you to marry them is because they can't control you. We look for men we can control.
But my problem with that situation, if you step away from the feelings part of it, is how, let's say that guy in that position is really competent, like he's one of the best guys there. How do you replace him? How do you replace that competence? That's the answer. That's the question that nobody's thinking about answering in all this foolishness. What happens when you start losing too many competent people and you can't replace them? What happens to the whole house of cards? It doesn't sit the same way. When I grew up in the States and you hear all this stuff about we're victims and you got to look out for blah, 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 you don't think about how the system's got to run. There's got to be competent people in the system make it go. What happens when you compromise too many competent people? And I think that is exactly what we're looking at right now. Competent people are saying there is too much risk.
And what happened was that's what happened. That's what happened to black people. You know, in terms of black people and black male leadership and everything like that, and the rise of feminism and all that kind of stuff, because they started. What feminism did was it delegitimized effective black male leadership. You know what I'm saying? It took the flaws of black men and weaponized them flaws against them. You know what I'm saying? And they had nothing to replace it with. You understand? And so now and that's part of the reason why we're in the situation that we're in right now. You understand what I'm saying? Because you turn the women against the men, and the women don't have an alternative to the structure that the men have led, structures they've led, and all kind of stuff, and whatever they were doing. And they said, oh, they were sexist, or they were misogynist, or whatever. And granted, they were flawed. These were flawed men. But they were effective. But they were effective. They were effective. So what happens when you go against all the when you go against all these leaders and who build these institutions, and you ain't built shit, but you have these grievances. I mean, that's just reality. You ain't built a fucking thing, and you have all these grievances. And it's not the excuse sexism. Sexism is a real thing. It's a bad thing or whatever. You know what I'm saying? But when it comes down to it, you ain't built shit. You know what I'm saying?
We gotta look at that, Doc. Is sexism really a bad thing? Because you notice women actually did better. They were happier under that type of rule. And if you look at it, if it wasn't for sexism that says, no, you don't need to go pick up a rifle, we'll do it. No, you don't need to pick up a 50-pound sack of cement. We'll do it. See, sexism only counts when it benefits them. And that's the credence to this stuff, man. Is that you can't call sexism when it benefits you, but you'll call it when somebody has a grievance. When somebody's going to call you on your bullshit, like any man would, and you can't respect it. See, honesty is not the best policy. Honesty is not the best policy.
So think what you're saying is that it's like this. They talking about the patriarchy, right? So it's like you want to tear it down, right? They want to tear it down, but at the same time, there are aspects of it they want to benefit from. They want to benefit from the benevolence of it. They want to benefit from the provision that comes from it. They want to benefit from the safety that comes from it, the protection. You know what I'm saying? but they want to. They don't want to be accountable to it. You understand what I'm saying? And that's it. So it's like, who makes the world safe? Look at the idea of safety. It's like America, United States. I mean, is one of the safest places in the world. Probably the most safe place. I've been, when I go to, like I say, traveling and everything like that. I mean, the other places, so-called developing countries, a lot of them places ain't safe. There's shit that goes on in developing countries, motherfucker, that we would not tolerate here in the United States. Okay? Yep. And the reason why we don't tolerate it is because men created a system of safety and order, an order that protects people. You understand what I'm saying? You know, and what happens is that, okay, well, oh, you don't want this safety? You don't want, I mean, you want, on the one hand, you take the safety for granted. That's what happens.
Mm-hmm.
They take the safety and the protection and the order for granted. When you can walk down the street, I live in the place, and some of y'all can see in these developed cities, you got women who they can walk down the street at night by themselves without being accosted. By themselves. You go to some of these developing countries and you have a woman by herself walking down the street who's not from there, who wasn't born and raised there, and you see what the fuck happens to her ass.
Doc,
if you find her.
Weren't you talking about India in your last stream where they had the one place where like 8 women a day or something crazy happening to it's their own people doing that to them.
Their own people. You see what I'm saying? I mean, the shit that goes on in those countries and what have you, you know what I'm saying? And ain't no law enforcement. The policing is weak. You know what I'm saying? And the police, they have no incentive whatsoever to protect people from all the crimes and all the violations that happen there. You know what I'm saying? They corrupt, they get bribes and all that kind of shit. I done been in the country, yeah, the motherfucker shit. I done bribe the police, nigga. You know what I'm saying? So I ain't gonna lie to you, motherfucker. You know what I'm saying? It's minor stuff, not anything major, but you know, they want money for stupid shit. You know what I mean? And so, and they would tell you that they want money. Okay, that's the point. And so the thing is that you do it because you just ain't got time to be dealing with. They don't have the infrastructure. They don't have the order, and they don't have the ethical imperative to just maintain a universal kind of structure. You know what I'm saying? And so, you know, you had these people coming from first world countries. They take, especially the white women. I mean, the white women walk around here wearing all kinds of shit and everything like that. You know what I'm saying? You go to these other countries, but something gonna happen to your ass. You go to the country looking all crazy by yourself, and you think you can just do whatever you want to do because I'm free and I got choices and all that. With American attitude, you gonna get checked real quick. Okay, you might get snatched and you might get trafficked. You know what I'm saying? Playing around with some of these countries. You know what I mean? And the thing is that here in the West, they don't understand that. They don't take the time to understand the gravity of that. So it's like, okay, you don't want patriarchy? Do you really want to live in a society where men? Do you really want to live in a society where men offer you absolutely no protection?
Yep.
And what's the first rule of protection, Doc? Obedience. And it's funny because we were talking about that when you were having your technical difficulties. The second rule, protection cost. What are you willing to pay me for the cost of my life?
Well, think about the unwritten rules of chivalry. The unwritten rule of chivalry is if you see a woman in distress, you will put yourself on the line to protect her. That's the cost, your life. So guys can look at all all of these women on TikTok, wherever, complaining about how bad it used to be and how, okay, take all of that stuff away. I'm going to take away my job. Now what's left? And what's left is guys just watching stuff happen and walking away.
Walking away.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? And that's a real thing. And that's one of the things that happens in a lot of other countries. You know what I'm saying? You have guys who will intervene in certain situations, but in other situations, they're not intervening. You know what I'm saying? And it's like, yeah, you want to understand the weakness, how patriarchy can be broken down in certain aspects. You travel the world, you see how that happens. We're talking about failed states and what have you. When you see the relativities of so-called patriarchy, you know what I'm saying?
They ain't ready for that. They ain't ready for that in the world living.
They are not. When you study failed states and all that kind of stuff, and these guys pick and choose who they gonna protect.
Yes.
You look at South Sudan, you look at Somalia and stuff like that, and you look at what really is. That's why these women, American women, can't travel to certain countries, especially like Black American women, like by themselves and think that they're gonna be protected and shit like that. Them jokers ain't. I mean, I've been to Gambia 2 times and what have you, man. Most African countries, I'll put it like this: in certain African countries, these Black women, they be gung ho. I'm Miss Independent, all that kind of stuff.
No,
they don't. You ain't got no man. You ain't got no man. That's it. You go to Ghana, you ain't got no man. Oh shoot, you ain't nothing but you meat. We gonna eat you for food. That's it. You ain't got no man, we gonna eat you for food. We don't care about that. You ain't got no man protecting you. You know what I'm saying? And that's the dilemma that they have. They don't understand. And we see all these videos. These women go to Dubai and they go to some of these Arab countries and all that kind of stuff. And they violate laws that they did not even think that they were violating. You know what I'm saying? They sit up there and they want to holler at and scream at people in car rental places and scream at people and whatever like that. And they got whole ordinances and laws that no, you don't scream at us. And they throw your butt in jail and you have your ass in Dubai for 3 months to somebody come get you, and you got to petition the State Department to come and intervene and all that kind of stuff. You know what I'm saying? And so that's the problem that we have. And so America and a lot of Western countries, but America in particular, and that's why it's going to be interesting seeing what happens over the next 12 years.
Yes.
The next 12 years, because this is not sustainable, because women do not put in the effort and the risk that necessitates an orderly society. They just don't. They don't. They don't make the sacrifices that make a society safe.
Well, I mean, Doc, look at how much sacrifice has to happen to run a family on the dad's part. If you build a family a certain way, guys, I'm not going to get Christian press, blah, 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 whatever. And then you multiply that out for the community. I'm going to make sure that nobody's walking through the community at night. Make sure the kids can ride the school bus safe. And then you multiply that times the city, and you have certain structures. And none of that extra work is celebrated. And so now you have a system, a country where guys that used to be in neighborhood watches and PTA meetings don't have any investment in the system. They're just watching it. And they're saying, oh, I heard something happen. Okay, well, that has nothing to do with me. So it's like, why don't you care? It's like, well, there was a system before, but you said that system was bad. So what's the new system? Well, you're supposed to. Doesn't work. It does not. On these new kids, it doesn't work. It doesn't work.
It doesn't work. And that's the reason why a lot of countries, so people don't know the right wing turn. The world has moved to the right. Because
it's definitely moving right.
The world has moved to the right because the world understands that this shit don't work. It doesn't work. You know what I'm saying? It's like the basic unit of the family. This stuff when you don't have men a part of families, exacting order, maintaining order, upholding order. You got a dad who's an asshole, who's like, y'all, you can't do this, you can't do that.
Yep.
When you remove that, you know what I'm saying? Your shit gonna crumble. You know what I'm saying? And then, it's like, yeah, I kind of, and it's his thing. I've been in Uganda and stuff like that. You know what I mean? And I'm gonna go back and everything. I was with Paula hanging out, O'Shea Du Jackson and stuff like that. And they had the period of Idi Amin and all that kind of stuff. He was trying to do a certain thing in Uganda. You know what I mean? He kicked out the South Asians and everything like that, the Indians. And he has a reputation of being this ruthless dictator. And I'm not going to defend. I'm not going to defend Idi Amin because he did a lot of stuff to his own people that was indefensible. You know what I'm saying? But he was trying to create an order, and he went about it in ways that are not commendable. But he was trying to create in his society after colonialism and all that kind of stuff. You know what I'm saying? It's like we got to have rules and regulations on how we're going to deal with each other and all that kind of stuff. But when you have excess liberalism, where everybody does whatever they want to do, that's the problem. That's the problem in America. It's like, and with like black women in America, yeah, it's like, okay, I do whatever the hell I want to do. I do whatever how I would do. Okay, that comes with consequences.
Mm-hmm.
If you have a society that supports this idea that I can do whatever the hell I want to do, in the long term, that has social consequences for your society. When you don't have shared norms in terms of community and all that kind of stuff, that has an effect, man. You know what I mean? And so, yeah, man. I mean that is, and again, here's the thing. Going back to Joy Taylor, I'm going back to Joy Taylor. So it's like, yeah, that's chaos. She's sleeping with this man. She's sleeping with this man. She ain't got no code. Here's the thing. You got a woman, and I'm not absolving Acho. I'm not absolving that guy Dixon, the CEO or whatever. But it's like, this is just kind of ruthless relativism. She's sleeping with everybody. That's the 304. That's the thing about the 304. The 304 is not lower than anything. And the thing about it is that when the 304 is not, when you have a bunch of 304s, if you have a 304 culture that becomes popular, but nobody has no allegiance to anything, that's chaos.
Chaos.
That's anarchy.
Chaos.
You see what I'm saying? When you don't have no moral principles or whatever, or you don't have any boundaries, because basically, just like if the elephant or the giraffe or the monkey got enough money, or the cow or the horse got enough money, she gonna sleep with the monkey. She gonna sleep with it. You give her enough money to sleep with a horse, she gonna get underneath that horse and screw that horse.
But and Doc, the trade-off that the young ladies just they don't understand. The trade-off is, okay, it doesn't, if I'm a regular guy and I'm doing things the right way and I lose my money to the horse with more money, then you're walking out late at night getting in trouble has what to do with me? You have no allegiance to me. I have no allegiance to Doc. I have a Russian friend down the street, a woman. She's married to my friend, and she went on a rant talking about in Russia they stopped letting women walk around talking about I'm not going to have any kids. She's, I don't understand how all these countries let these women spew all this rhetoric about I'm happy I don't have kids. How do you have the next generation in your society if you got women walking around celebrating the fact that they're not going to have the next generation of society?
They're happy to talk about their own genocide that they're producing.
Well, it's ours. It's everybody's.
That's it.
You got to regulate it.
And that's it. You got to have some, a level of standards. That's something we talk about 304 culture, 304 culture, 304 philosophy, and all that kind of stuff like that. And I'll be honest with you. I heard conservative guys talking about this over 10 years ago, and talking about feminism as a downfall of Western society. And I'm gonna be honest with you, I was kind of on the fence with that, because women, sexism is a real thing. I'll be honest with you, and I don't think that women should be denied rights. They should be able to go to school and work and all that kind of stuff. I don't believe in the subjugation of women, but at the same time, I don't believe that they should not be held to any standards.
Exactly.
You know what I'm saying?
Accountable.
You got to be held. You got to be held. What standard? Okay, we're not gonna subjugate you, but what you gonna live up to? What is your commitment to the society that you live in?
Yes.
Whatever. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
And it's like, what are you gonna do to maintain the perpetuation of the species or a stable society, right, and all that kind of stuff? It can't just be this kind of I do whatever. Nobody. This is radical individualism. That's one of that's part of it. We have a problem with radical. It's radical individualism, we sold it to women. And women, here's the thing: women are the faces and the avatars of radical individualism in the West, and we're seeing the consequences.
That's why you have made the comment, the vice president, about the cat ladies, and that's such a calling card for this movement for women. He had the balls to say it out loud, the truth. You guys are walking around celebrating the fact that you're not going to have any more Americans.
Major balls.
You're not going to have any more Americans. So what are we supposed to do with you if you're not going to have any more Americans? Because we need more Americans.
Yeah,
it has to be said. It has to be said.
And that's true. You look at AOC. And people talking about some people on the left or whatever. Oh, she's gonna run for president. I'm like, I would never vote for a person like that.
No,
I never vote for AOC. None of these. You have no ties. And here's the thing: we men know this.
Yes.
Here's the thing: I ain't got no kids. I've never been married, but I know that this is not normal. This ain't normal. The reason why I ain't got no kids and I ain't married because of the society I live in. Because women broke the contract. Mm-hmm. If women had not broken the contract, I'd be married right now. And I saw that early on, that these women, they were not interested in the contract. I'm like, what in the fuck should I sign up to the contract? And I got all this duty and obligation and responsibility to the next generation, all that kind of stuff. And these people don't feel any responsibility or duty or obligation to next generations of the perpetuating of the species. I mean, how you gonna marry somebody like that, or an entire group, when they've been conditioned to think that way? You understand what I'm saying? And here we are talking about this, and here we have the manosphere, the black manosphere, you got the red pill and all that kind of stuff, and they think that this stuff just came out of nowhere. They came out of nowhere. You know what I'm saying?
And because you go back 1 generation, 2 generations, we're all carrying our boys to baseball practice, taking our girls to school dances, doing PTA meetings, doing all of that stuff under the old contract. We're going to church.
All of it. I stopped going to church because the church don't believe in no contract. I mean, they don't preach the contract. Why I'm going to church? There ain't no contract. There's no responsibility. There's no morality in terms of beyond your individual self or whatever. I'm like, I never understood my tradition in that way. My religious tradition, I never understood that way. I've never understood religion. Religion, here's the thing, and I teach religion. Y'all know I teach religion.
Yeah.
There is no religion on the planet that has been around for thousands of years that preaches individualism. None.
No,
None of them.
It's the family unit.
Let me tell you something. Hinduism, Islam, or whatever, Buddhism, they're traditional indigenous, like African religions, indigenous Indian, Native American spirituality. They don't they have never preached individualism. They never said to the world that the individual is the main and number one thing. No, it's like you are who you are because you come out of a community. You come out of something much bigger than yourself.
That's right.
You understand what I'm saying? And that's no religion. Here's the thing. This is what makes it a Western thing. There is no historic religion on this planet that has ever preached the stuff that we are experiencing right now. None of them. With all their flaws and limitations, the individual is not the number one thing. I do what the fuck I want to do. No religion on the planet teaches anybody. No historic religion teaches the world that the individual could do what the fuck they want to do. None of them.
No. You only get one generation of that. You get one generation. And then after that, either your generation it goes away or you get people writing holy books saying, don't do this no more. Because it almost wiped us out.
Listen, guys, I know I've been up here a long time.
Yes.
I don't want to hold you guys up forever and everything like that. And I really appreciate you guys coming on. We had some issues.
Always a pleasure.
I got booted off my own stream. But I need it. Thank you, OG. Thank you, Passport OG.
It's a great book.
Fantastic book. And I want you guys to know, man, I really, really appreciate you. But I had to deal because, you know what? Even though this is like the Joy Taylor thing, you know, people deal with it as a salacious gossip, tabloid type of stuff. But this is big. This is when you dig deeper in this situation. And I focused on her, not the other woman who put the lawsuit out there. But I focus primarily on her because this is a real thing. Because she represents something that is existent in our world. In America, is spreading. This thing is spreading. You know, and like I say, it's you got women like her in Africa. You know, you guys know I go to Africa frequently and stuff like that. Now she couldn't get away with a lot of the stuff in Africa. I'm saying like this. She can't get away with a lot of stuff in Africa. But in Africa, particularly African countries I've been to, she can't get away with a lot of that stuff. But apart from that, them ideas,
the ideas
are spreading.
Yes, they are.
All over the world.
Mm-hmm.
These women believe that they can do whatever the hell they want to do. No consequences or whatever, and they can cut corners and all that kind of stuff. They don't have to prove themselves and everything like that. You know what I mean? Shortcuts and everything. And, you know, at the end of the day, this stuff, it delegitimizes societies, particularly the ones who are trying to come up and what have you. It delegitimizes American society. You know what I mean? And that's true. I mean, there are, and Jason Whitlock put out there are women who are out there who are better prepared than her.
That's right.
Who have not slept their way around or what have you. You know what I'm saying? And it's just a real thing. But because she's pretty, she got what Jason said, she got these cans. He said she got these cans and she got peanut butter skin and all that kind of stuff. She get a pass. You see what I'm saying?
Where's the voice of women reprimanding her? She cost a competent woman that position. Where's the outcry of women saying, you got to be better?
Because they're explicitly guilty of it themselves and they wish they could get away with it too. They live vicariously through her. That's why.
All I've seen are women come in her defense. You know what I'm saying? On TikTok and X and other places, like, oh, this is how you do it. Oh, girl, this is how you do it, girl. This is how you do it, or whatever. You know what I'm saying? Oh my God! What would you do if Skip Bayless offers you $1.5 million and all that kind of stuff? What would you do?
Doc. Oh, I saw so much of that. Oh, it's disheartening. For 1.5 million. Oh God.
What would you do? Oh, it happens all the time. It happens all the time. And the thing about it is that so you only have heat for the men who engage in it and who facilitate it, who enable it. Here's the thing: you have heat for the men who enable it, but you don't have heat for the women who actively participate in it. Like, this woman is not Joy Taylor is not a victim.
No.
She ain't no victim.
No. She's a willing accomplice to her own destruction.
One time, maybe victim. Once, maybe. Wasn't
once. To the point where she said, you know what? If he tries to push me up out of here, I'm going to say that he SA'd me. This is what I'm going to do. I'm not going to be like the other women who got kicked out or whatever. No, I'm going to flip the script on them. I'm going to play victim. I'm going to
turn over the apple.
Cry and all that kind of stuff and everything like that. And I'm going to say that this man coerced me. That's some sinister stuff. Mm-hmm. That's evil. That's evil.
What is it? Scorch and burn, or what is it? Warfare, where you basically don't care what scorched earth.
Scorched earth.
You don't care what happens after you pass through. It's like, well, what happens if someone else needs the job?
Scorched earth. And the thing about it is that this person has basically validated the most worst stereotypes of women.
Yes.
That is the idea that women are vindictive, that women are treacherous, you can't trust them. That's the big thing. The idea that men cannot, that is the big thing, that men cannot trust women because women are vindictive and they're treacherous, they turn on you and all that kind of stuff. This woman confirms all those stereotypes. You can't trust her. I thought about this, man. Think about this, man. This woman, if all these allegations are true, and that was the big thing, you can't trust her. I mean, think about this. No. So, if you're a man in a high position like that, and you engage in this type of liaison, or you think about engaging in this liaison, you got to be concerned about her telling or sharing these stories. Here's the thing. So that woman who filed a lawsuit, the only reason why this woman knows about this stuff is because Joy Taylor told her. It's like this woman it's kiss and tell. Oh, so you have sex with you a man in a high position of authority, and you dealing with this woman. And you thinking that this stuff is confidential, whatever. You might even have a confidential conversation with her. But she telling somebody who works in the same company that you were doing this. Mm-hmm. And it's like she kissing and telling. She's gossiping. It's one thing to gossip. It's one thing to gossip with friends or somebody who is unconnected to the organization. But you telling somebody who's a part of the organization that this is going on. And I'm like, Chris Brown? What did Chris Brown say? He said they ain't loyal. Chris Brown, he made a whole song. He said they ain't loyal. You sleeping with this woman in confidentiality, hoping that she keep it to herself, and she telling a coworker. Or she telling somebody underneath her about everything that's going on and all that kind of stuff.
No.
Ain't no. So that exacerbates the idea that men cannot trust women, that they ain't trustworthy.
No integrity.
You a snitch. You a snitch.
Yeah.
I got all this power, and I'm sitting with you. You are a snitch. You gonna tell somebody? I can't trust you.
That's right.
You know what I'm saying? I mean, that's what it. That's what it bought. I can't trust you and all that kind of stuff, and it gives women a black eye. They gotta live with it now.
Well, the code is supposed to be. The code is supposed to be. You got to skip the line because I let you skip the line, and so if we are in this relationship, you owe that back to me. But if you're going to clip that link, then okay, get here on merit. Then that what's left? There's nothing left.
Yeah. There is absolutely, so you can't trust them. And I'm like, this is a case study right here that tells me you can't trust you. You can't trust them. She ain't loyal. These itches ain't loyal. That's what this said.
Man, they need the doggone make sex illegal in America because it's getting close. Yeah. It seems like every day we're getting closer to sex being illegal in America.
Because it's like you can't trust whoever you're dealing with. You don't know what you don't know. Here's the thing. That's the problem. You don't know who you're dealing with. And that's the thing about passport bros, and we preach passport bros and all that kind of stuff. I preach passport traveling and all that kind of stuff. Y'all know that. And it's like, I'm a dude. I'm not a low tier guy. And it's like, if I meet a woman randomly or whatever, I got to be concerned about who this person is. You can't give them so much information about who you are and where you work and all that kind of stuff. You don't know what this chick gonna do. How she gonna flip out? You know what I'm saying? She might be down with you today, and then tomorrow her mood changes, and then she want to destroy you. You know what I'm saying? It's like ain't no trust there. There's no loyalty or whatever. It's like we keep our distance, and so MGTOW and social distancing and all that kind of stuff. That makes all kinds of sense for men. Mm-hmm. Especially men who have jobs, who have work and have stuff to lose. If you're a man who have stuff to lose, it's like, yeah, we ain't playing around. But on their end, they're like, oh, it ain't nothing. That's what they tell you.
Oh, it's something. You see restaurants going out of business, and you start crying. The rent's going up, and men ain't taking us on dates, and nobody asked me. I ain't never had a boyfriend, and this is just the start of it. Ugh. This is just the start.
Because there's no trust. There's no trust. There's no loyalty. Who are you or whatever? I don't care how fine you look. That's what I told you. Going back to the situation, you see these old fine women and stuff like that. You don't know how they'll flip on you. Right. But particularly for a man who is aware, a man who has knowledge and consciousness and all that kind of stuff, and a man, most importantly, a man who has a lot to lose. You know
oh yeah.
You know what I mean? You're like, who are you?
Well, women are saying they don't want to deal with men that don't have anything, but once you get something and you look at the landscape, you're saying it looks like a landmine.
That's all it is. Anyway, guys, I appreciate you, man. And it's
all right, Doc. Always a pleasure to see you later.
And I want to give y'all guys the last word, man. You got any final words before we check out? Passport, I'm gonna start passport. I'm gonna go to Colonel Charles.
Always a pleasure. Sorry. Go ahead.
Go ahead, Colonel Charles. You got it.
Always a pleasure, Doc. You know, we got to do this like mixed martial arts, wrestling, and boxing, all the combat sports. So protect yourself at all times.
Oh my God!
They're not fighting fair. Why should you? Woo! And we out.
Yes, sir. Passport.
I'm just gonna say that we have to. I think this is up to the scholarly, the kind of the guys that aren't focused on game and how much loving and access you can get to redefine Black masculinity to where it's not about how much action and attention you're getting from women. Because if you're getting, especially in this climate, if you're getting a lot of attention and action from women, it means that you are in a compromised position. And so if someone is trying to recruit you into a compromised position, they are a double agent and you should not be listening to them. We need people that are productive. We need men that are building stuff, that are getting stuff done, and not guys that are having sex with a bunch of women. So how are we going to redefine masculinity? I'm not sure, but it has to happen, or it's not going to be no us left. It's got to.
That's it. Thank you, sir. On that note, I appreciate you, man.
There it is.
Right there. He got the book, Beyond Death and Jail, man. I appreciate my brother. Tell everybody where are you in Japan?
I am in Kyushu. I'm in the biggest city of Kyushu. It's a city called Kitakyushu, right? And
I want you to tell the brothers, how long have you been to Japan?
I've been here for 20. This year is going to be 22 years.
22 years, man. Passport OG been there for 22 years.
Man, people, they have a system here of order. Imagine that.
Order.
Yeah, not people getting burnt up on trains or attacking the Capitol building or sleeping on the street.
Discipline.
Women aren't walking out half naked all the time. It's kind of nice.
Structure.
Yes. Structure's nice.
Structure.
It's nice.
Discipline.
I like it.
We got to do this again, man, Passport.
Man, we appreciate you, Doc, always, man.
I'm glad that you came up, man. I appreciate you, man.
Anytime.
Yeah, man. You're welcome, man. We're going to do this again, brother.
Absolutely. Absolutely, sir. Appreciate you.
Appreciate you. All right, man. Peace out. And that's it. That's it, my brothers. I've been there for 4 hours. I did not plan on going this long, but I'm glad we did it. I had a glitch in the middle of the stream or what have you, but we took care of that and everything. I came back here, but I want to give a shout out to Passport OG. If y'all have not signed up, if you don't know who Passport OG is, y'all need to go ahead and do the subscriptions and follow Passport OG. He puts out excellent content dealing with stuff abroad and dealing with masculine dynamics, dealing with everything that we talked about right here. You know what I'm saying? And he's been living in Japan for over 20 years. And so we're talking about a Black man who has a wealth of experience in terms of being able to look at America from a different perspective. And I want to give a shout out to Charles Faulkner. That's my brother. My brother, we've done stuff together in the past, and I've been on his stream. That's my brother and what have you. Charles Faulkner, who has his own security firm, who does his thing. He just have an extensive career in terms of law enforcement and military structure, order, discipline, structure, order, and discipline. And that's why he goes by the Colonel Charles Faulkner. Okay, if you want to understand stuff about firearms and the Second Amendment and all that kind of stuff and protecting yourself and security, y'all need to sign up to Charles Faulkner, man. Y'all do that. You know what I'm saying? Those are my brothers. I feel so blessed because I was able to talk to these guys the way that I did and share this stuff with you guys. I shared all this stuff with you and everything. And I love it, man. This is 2025. This is a year that is going to be very, very provocative and interesting. Donald Trump is going to be installed on the 20th of January and what have you. I don't say that because I'm a MAGA person or whatever. I'm just saying that because the chapter has changed. We're in a new chapter. We're in a new saga, a new era in the United States history. Those of you all who are in the U.S., those of you all who are watching everything in the U.S., we're in a different situation. We have to figure out where this country has to go. We have to figure out where this country has to go. And the stuff that we talked about in the stream is very much a part of it. You can't talk about the future prosperity of the United States without talking about a lot of this stuff. You know, people believing that they can do whatever they want to do and they have no commitments. They have nothing, no commitments beyond their own personal aspirations and interests. That's one of the problems that we have in the United States. That's why we're struggling right now. Just one among many. Anyway, I'm glad that you guys were here, and I'm glad I was able to do this. I love you guys. I mean, I have not done a stream like this in almost 2 years. I have not done a stream like this in almost 2 years, and I'm glad that we were able to talk the way we talk and everything like that. You know what I'm saying? And you all are going to see me again, and we're going to do more of this and have more people come on and have great, robust conversations. Anyway, I am BMI 3000 Reloaded. BMI 3000 Reloaded. Support me if you want to. Cash App, support me. BMI 3000 Cash App. Y'all see that BMI 3000. You know, and support me in future streams or what have you in terms of super chats or whatever. We're going forward. We're not going to stop. This is about Black men's independence, BMI, Black men's empowerment, BME, Black men's agency, BMA, and Black men's happiness, BMH. You guys take care, and I will see you next time around. Take care. In the words of my brother Charles Faulkner, woo!